All right. Welcome. We are back again. Refresh your page. I mean, if you hear me, you don't have to refresh your page, but we are back. We are going again. Together with me now is Psyche. How you doing? Never. Don't think they can hear you, Psyche. you did the funny thing again. It's fine. I'll yap for a bit, but we are back. We're in the finals, obviously. We're in the winner finals of the bracket. We have the Baguette Boys against Smoking Lucio. We are starting on Night Market, more importantly, and we have Spark of Leadership Primetime, which is a bit of a funny combination. So we'll see how that's going to be coming into play, where the priorities are going to be. The bans did come through as well as Stellan Kazan are the characters that were being banned. Both of them a bit more tricky to pilot, as the Baguette Boys immediately start off with a solid Juno first pick. Obviously, we saw what Clement did just last game on that pick, so we'll see if that's going to be coming through yet again. Malrikna's also on the Finny, and the Dubu Era pickup for the side of Smoking Lucio. Going for more consistency on a map like Night Market here.
A little bit more consistency indeed. Yeah, it'll be good to see some... Is it going to be a Mako? Okay, I thought it was going to be a Mako Brawler for a second. I was like, pause, okay, but it's going to be a Rasmus, which is... Oh, yeah, double goalie.
Oh, this is a Dubu pickup for the side of Smoking Lucio. Oh, that's Dr. Treason on the Dubu. We've seen it throughout the selections already. Dr. Treason pulling out a pick like that and making it work, you know? So you can't hate on it, as we do see the pickups. Everyone on Primetime with the exception of Malriknos, who's on the Spark of Leadership here. So looking to scale on this Finny pick, but everyone else just getting that movement speed, getting these cooldowns down, and the Vicious Vambrace coming through for Dr. Treason as well. Just really want to make sure that Dubu, who's very commonly known for survivability issues, is going to be able to stay on the map, especially against a Siphoning 1 Juno and a Finny, who we all know can do quite a bit of damage.
Quite a bit of damage indeed. As we get into this, both barriers are going to go down for Smoking Lucio now. This Atlas is in front of the net without barriers. Might be losing the first point here. Juno in the hands of Clement, not going to find anything just yet. Big Smoke and Dr. Treason getting into position, trying to find a barrier of their own. It looks like we're not going to find one just yet. Malkranaz is in the right position at the right time, just enough speed. Drew Big Smoke the flip, used the Atlas ultimate coming out, needed this to survive, stay in the point. But that is a flip approaching the net, and it's going to go in the top corner, sinks it. ZX going to find the first point here for the side of the Baguette Boys.
Yeah, the angle not being closed down by Big Smoke there in time. Lucio and Atlas obviously limited to how much you can do there as the goal gets found. But it is a flip invested into that. On the other side though, Smoking Lucio really low on the evades actually. Not really looking at getting a flip anytime soon. Meanwhile, Malriknos and Zealous will have theirs soon. So we'll see if that's going to come into play. Dr. Treason here up front on the Dubu, trying to get it past the Finny, but just can't quite find the strikes. As again, Zealous and Clement are just putting up so much pressure. Both of the barriers dropping pretty swiftly here as well now, giving them so much oppressive positioning, as well as Malriknos walks up to the midfield line, making use of these momentum boots, getting the speed gate in the middle there as well to just help even more with getting it up front. The Juno Bubble almost putting it in, but not when Big Smoke's there to strike it away. The Atlas ult coming through as well to keep him alive, as again the open goal still very much stands on the side of Smoking Lucio, but the strike shot interaction win, or the strike interaction win for Zealous will be enough. Baguette Boys now putting themselves again into a 2-0 position, and it seems to be their pattern. They're starting off pretty strong in every series that I'm seeing them in.
Yeah, Baguette Boys are really putting on a show here, right? And Dr. Treason, the Dubu, is made of paper, going to be taken dangerously low, and Zealous is going to confirm that KO. And this is something that we saw a lot last game, right? This team of Baguette Boys is good at finding these power plays, and it looks like they're just as good at actually making something happen during them. Do manage to find a barrier there, so, you know, keep an eye out, especially Zealous on this Rasmus, right? Is not afraid to find those KOs. We saw plenty of them last game, and I think we're going to see a lot more of them this game.
Yeah, just really, and it's a difficult pick to be dealing with, because obviously, if you can find kills on him, it's nice, but Rasmus, first and foremost, is still a control pickup. and looking to play core control. So not only are you gonna have to be wary about being taken out by the guy, even if he's not taking you out, he's just gonna like out-control you and get barriers, get goals like they did just now. And this is gonna be a first draft for the Baguette boys as the Juno gets a priority pick. No hotshot in this one, but you have fight or flight. You have a spark as well, that actually 2 sparks. So if the side of Smoking Lukia want to deny that from Malriknos, they both have to go sparks, and I'm not sure if they want to be doing that as explosive entrance gets picked up. Fight or flight being picked up by the Atlas, but Rasmus does not care, takes some size and is very happy with it. Agility denied, which doesn't make sense, but focus together with leadership is going to give a lot more pressure for the Baguette boys to be working with. And Dubu is left over with bulk up, which I don't think he minds either. A little bit more survivability and some extra damage could maybe make Dubu a threat around the edges on this map.
Really could. If you've ever seen that hamster roll out in your face, you know how deadly it can be. It does have the Vambrace too, which is going to be very nice for surviving. I forgot you mentioned that. It is going to be very useful. But we are in the corner here now. Some corner offense going off, but some great corner defense coming out from the Baguette boys. And off of the back of that, it's going to be Smoking Lukia losing both the barriers here. Is going to have to use the Atlas advance to get this core out for just a little longer. The air ult coming out, create a little bit more space. But Malkranaz is just so strong and effective on this Finny, pushing up constantly now. Dr. Treason trying to find the barrier, not going to find it. Another corner defense successfully pulled off, and the Juno Slime is not going to be enough, but the Soren angle, the up-down vertical angle bounce there, not going to be enough as Zelos is fast enough to find the strike into the net.
Yeah, and I feel like a lot of this matchup is also coming down to kind of the midfield matchup, because we have an Era into a Juno, which is really not that easy to execute. Obviously, Juno being so oppressive across the field. So Big Smoke's doing their best, but not necessarily always being able to match up. But they get 2 barriers pretty swiftly, or use the flip as well up front, almost get it in. Dr. Treason not there in time to react, but the attack's still very much alive. The extra size on the Dubu is going to make it really difficult to outstrike for him, but they're just playing around them, which is the solution to stuff like that, right? As one barrier now does drop, Dr. Lucio dropping that second barrier as well, with Claymore coming in right there, getting a nice attack going. Flip has to come out defensively, almost finds the angle. Zelos answers it, and the Finny ultimate almost sending it into their own net. The point is still very much alive on both sides. Dr. Treason just trying to get involved, as there currently is a 3-level, now 2-level gap in between the brawlers, but Big Smoke with the snipe will secure it. Smoking Lucio finding themselves the first goal of this game, I believe.
First goal, yeah, absolutely. Its first set was a 3-0. That was, I love seeing an Era just the vertical beam send it into the net. Nobody's expecting it. The core is small, so it's harder to hit when that happens. So there's less time, less space for you to react to it. It's great. I love it. And speaking of less time to, react, that flip's going to create a power play here. Dr. Treason taking out Zelos now. Power play from the side of Smoking Lucio, does take the barrier, does find power on their play, and in the same exact spot that Era planted it last point. Dr. Treason going to strike it right into the top there. Now Smoking Lucio is up for the first time in this series, in this game.
Yeah, Dr. Treason saw that Zelos was low and just continued to hunt him down until eventually he was able to get themselves in a position. And that's a Dubu that they're playing, that's a Dubu that's working for him. So we'll see if that's going to keep up, as again now, both teams fighting for this midfield control, fighting to get anything going. Dr. Treason almost finding a KO, and Zelos there, the Aeronado coming through as well, but gets dodged as one barrier, does fall, the second one drops in at least in this point, as both teams are now only on 1 barrier. But Lucio with the Atlas should be well equipped to defend this. Now Zelos gets clean strike around him there and actually gets the second barrier down. A lot of energy though available for both of the teams here. We'll see who's going to make better use of it. As the Aeronado comes through and gets a KO confirmed, Flip has to come out from Malriknos, but gets denied completely by the Dubu wall there. The barrier still alive. The flip coming up from Big Smoke here gets a nice pass up to Dr. Treason, not being denied, and now open goals on both sides. We'll see if the side of Smoking Lukia can find themselves in a position to hopefully get this goal in.
Hopefully indeed. Core going fast. We are in overtime now. These Juno bubbles are going to hit the core hard, but you also have an Atlas. Those abilities can strike with their own power, and Dr. Treason, with just the raw clap of the Dubu strike, is going to find the goal. Red cores it. That was that bulk up difference, everybody. That is why the red core occurred. Dr. Treason taking set MVP for his great contributions.
Yeah, bulk up together with the Aero Beam put Dr. Treason up to 205 power, which is very funny to deal with, but we'll see. Demolitionist pick up for the Dubu. Size on Dubu, incredibly annoying and difficult to deal with. You do gift Deadeye over to the Finny, which could be a concern in terms of damage, but you also get Castellass on Era and a team player on Atlas. I feel like Smoking Lucio has just kind of hit the jackpot here, no? They're getting so many like great enablers, and even though the Baguette Boys get some damage, get some size on Erasmus as well, I feel like exactly what Smoking Lucio is playing for gets enabled even more by the Awakenings that we're able to pick up here.
I agree completely. I think it's going to be so very difficult to deal with this Castellass era in particular. There's nothing, you got the size on the Rasmus, but nothing feels worse than getting Air Beamed, and it's going to last forever. You're not going to get the value out of your size that you want, right? You are not going to be that big for the majority of this set now. Dr. Treason, huge, impossible strike ward at this point. With the Air Beam, you're cooked. It's over. That's prime time Castellass. But anyways, one barrier's already gone down for the Baguette Boys. Two barriers now off of a very funny night market angle bounce. Big Smoke's getting involved. Primary comes out. Blavo in the backline receives the pass from Malthornos. Flip not going to have that for the defense. Lucio bruising one barrier of their own, but on the way to a flip, so the defense can be stronger. But that is both barriers down on either side, and the play is progressing on the side of Smoking Lucio's team. Does have to use the flip. Blavo there with the primary from Zealous that's going to secure it. And once they got to the side of Smoking Lucio, they were just unstoppable, the Baguette Boys.
Yeah, it was really difficult to get it out because obviously there's still a little bit of size on this Rasmus, right? Zealous gets a few beneficial interactions there, and when he's not being beamed by the Era, obviously still very much a threat. But as of right now, the Tubu actually got the beam as well, and a lot of damage finding its way onto Zealous. As both the barriers do fall, though, the Baguette Boys finding their way through the defense from Smoking Lucio. And again, these strike war interactions are just so strong from Zealous there. Dr. Treason now gets a core up front, but Malriknos gets it out pretty swiftly as Era gets taken down very low. The Atlas ultimate not available. KO being found as Dr. Treason tries to get a KO onto Zealous here. The Topo Fortress coming out defensively there, but the Finny just snipes it. The clear gets found by Lucio. It's gonna get a lot of time back. Big Smoke now back on the field, and actually Zealous being incredibly low here. If Dr. Treason comes back into play, maybe this Rasmus is gonna be dead as well, because I feel like Dr. Treason is gonna have one goal and one goal only, and there it is. The KO gets found. Barrier still alive on the side of the Baguette Boys, as Smoking Lucio are trying to get themselves an attack going here and forced to flip out from Malriknos.
Flip out, trying to find one from Clement as well, and just you see this sometimes everyone's just on the same wavelength. Unfortunately, when you don't want to be on the same wavelength, all striking at the same time, trying to get that flip. Lucio evading, thinking something stronger was going to happen. Flip goes through both of them, so it's going to be a red 4. Unfortunately, the Air Tornado taking Clement dangerously low. Uses the flip to avoid a bad situation, get everything out. Double barriers do occur, don't want that. You are the side of Baguette Boys, but you still have 2 points to work with potentially before things get risky. But Big Smoke down at the bottom with the flip is going to find a goal, sink it. Now, the Smoking Lucio team is 1 point closer to taking this set, and I mean, we can see why these teams are in the West Finals, right? They're both fighting for their lives and have something to prove here.
Yeah, most definitely. Again, the kickoff just going. Zealous taking a lot of damage by just Dr. Treason using all of their ability there. The somersault coming out, but not connecting with the core, puts the defensive side of Smoking Lucio in a pretty rough spot. The passing play gonna be great to get both the barriers out. Malriknos now holding on to the barrier for now. Gets a funny angle, but does get defended by Lucio. As Zealous now almost taken out, still holds on to some of the HP there. The Atlas ult coming out as well. The core bouncing a bit awkwardly there. The Rasmus ultimate coming through. Flip being used defensively as well. Doesn't connect with the core. Baguette Boys really trying to close off the set and put themselves closer to victory, as one barrier does drop. An unfortunate strike interaction there. As now Big Smoke trying to set himself up at the bottom, but Lucio being called for the defense again. Flip coming out from Dr. Treason, not finding KOs, and actually has absolutely nothing left, neither HP nor evades. So we'll have to see how long this dude is going to be able to hold on, and gets flipped off the map. The Baguette Boys sure to make use of this opportunity and get themselves a goal and a second set.
There we are, Baguette Boys showing just once again their prowess, right? All across the field, everyone get involved. You know, McEnroe's taking out the Dubu, and then Clement holding the down angle, keeping Big Smoke out of the play. And then Zealous just able to 1v bazillion on Lucio, just taking every interaction. But we are getting in the draft here. That is going to be that's a third spark on Maloric Nas. That's going to be hell to deal with.
Yeah, very much not what you like to see if you decide, oh, smoking Lucio there as a third spark is going to enable them a lot more with cooldowns and with damage as well. And again, damage has been found across the board. You do get Timeless Creator on Lucio, you get Aerials on Big Smoke, which are great pickups. Stacks on Stacks is going to help Dr. Treason as well, but the question is, are you going to be able to actually stack them, or are you just going to be taken out most of the time? So we'll have to see, as these triple sparks are going to be a bit scary to think about. But neither side has dropped the barrier just yet, but the Baguette Boys trying to change path. No, Dr. Treason gets the core out, and one barrier is now down on their defensive end.
Dr. Treason took so many strike force there, just ooh. That giant size and power dude was so hard to deal with. The roll comes out, going to go into the back of your own net. Lock comes out, doing so much on the defense here. Dr. Treason, but it is not enough. Through the Blavo, through Zealous Primary, and through Lucio, that core is going to go into the net. Baguette Boys up here in their potential last set of this game one.
Yeah, looking like they're gonna be playing for like this oppressive kind of damage output and core control. Obviously, again, like Juno's gonna be everywhere. Finny's gonna be able to get herself involved quite a bit with Maloric Cross on these momentum boots, and now again, like just all of that damage that is going to be coming into play. So we'll have to see as Dr. Treason just gets pummeled down into stagger. The Atlas ultimate does come through to get some HP back. Flip comes out, gets one barrier off the hand of Maloric Cross, but the one gets traded back pretty swiftly as Dr. Treason tries to get the KO on Zealous, but actually almost gets KO'd themselves. The somersault not hitting its target. The barrier drops on the bottom, and Zealous gets a KO up top, as it's a 3v2 power play now for the Baguette Boys. Clement has Flip soon as well. Optimally would not want to have to use it on this offense, but might have to, because the respawn for Dr. Treason is coming through soon, and the Flip doesn't even find the goal as the defense holds strong.
It's all strong. You love to see a good reaction play there from Lucio, catching the core Flip. You love it. And Zealous not going to find a primary. The core becomes small. He becomes small. And it's not going to be enough to regain possession. Does have the hook. Uses it to try and kill Dr. Treason. Playing this corner. The Atlas ultimate does come out. Celestial Intervention is going to keep Dr. Treason alive and in the play. Big bounces in Night Market, and that is going to be a faster core than Malpronos was expected to react to. Could have used the Flip, but I wouldn't have, and that is going to be Smoking Lucio finding that first point here in the fourth set.
The demon angle off the Topher Fortress, just a bit difficult to read that, and now immediately the attack coming out from Smoking Lucio as well. A lot of abilities being used here to put Zealous down to low HP. Still has 2 evades though, so surely not going to be in threat of dying. Talking about threat of dying though, Dr. Treason just getting hit by the absolute truck of a Finny primary, taking away so much HP, and gets taken out by Zealous in the end now, as the Baguette Boys are again in a power play.
The power play indeed. And a second! One is dead. I don't even know how that guy exploded. But now it is just Lucio against the world. Dr. Treason responding to get a little bit of assistance. Does manage to hold this barrier on his lonesome, and with the help of Dr. Treason, Big Smoke now is back. The power play has been killed. That is 2 Flips with the third one on the way from Clement. Not going to find it. Either barrier on either side just yet, and the Great Expanse is going to stop Clement. Diagonal strike down towards the barrier. Everyone getting involved. Zealous uses the Flip. Thought the core would be on them. Not going to find it now. That is one resource down. Big Smoke doesn't have evade. Dr. Treason doesn't have evade. This could be so dangerous for this duo who has already been dying. We could be looking at another power play here. One Flip does come out. The Finny ultimate is going to come out as well, and that last barrier is going to be secured. Now we are open. Goal for Smoking Lucio. In overtime, this could be so dangerous, and wow. What a Flip angle to be found there. Bouncing it off the bottom. Great plays, but that is now an energy advantage going over the side of Baguette Boys, and all they need is one good opportunity to find this barrier. One, a good strike where Flip is going to be used. Macronos is going to be able to deflect for now. Bouncing into the Blavo, into the big finish. Not going to find it. Zealous just out of range on the strike. Not going to find it. Would sink it, and a great card is going to stun Dr. Treason. Zealous sending it down into the bottom quarter. Well played. That's the Baguette Boys taking the third point in this full set, up by 2.
up by 2. They need one more to take a game 1 victory here on the night market. So we'll see if they can do it as the barrier does not fall. It does now though. And again, Zelos in a 1v1 tries to set up but cannot, as Lucio finds a strike through. The Dubu block just barely not there in time, as the Tofu Fortress will come through and get a KO though. And this is going to give the power play in favor of Smoking Lucio. They get 1 barrier. Can they find a second one though? Gonna be difficult because Malriknos is playing really far up as well, making sure that Dr. Treason never gets any kind of core interaction and kind of just creating a 2v2 situation, even though there was a power play for Smoking Lucio. The strike shot sending the core up front, but Zelos just winning these strike interactions against an impossibly huge Dr. Treason somehow, as now the strikes will be found. The second barrier does drop. Big Smoke has a flip available for themselves now. Probably want to use it, but a clean pass upwards by Clemo is going to send it around Big Smoke. No flip available now. Dr. Treason trying to walk up here. Will use the somersault. Will get it past Clemo, but again, Malriknos right there to react to it, to respond to it. The strikes will be found, almost gets it around, but the Finny ultimate will hold the defense there. So Log gets tanked by Clemo, and again, the attacks from Smoking Lucio are looking consistent, but they need something like this. They need the proper positioning and to actually get the goal past Malriknos, and they're still very close to keeping this game alive.
Well, this is a nail biter. Like, this is the core, the strike wars. There's so many opportunities for these scores to happen. The plays are being made to keep it alive. Both of these teams truly giving it their all out there. I mean, the defense coming out from Lucio is so desperate at times, but successful, and then Malriknos and Clement so good together. Good finishes from Malriknos to get the clears. This is so exciting. Dr. Treason, so big, so hard to strike for. As we're seeing now, though, we just cannot find these barriers. Dr. Treason taking a lot of damage, eating up that triple take, and eating up those Blavos, but the Atlas ultimate does come out. The Celestial Intervention is not going to find a resurrect, but it is going to put plenty of life points back onto these very staggered forwards of Smoking Lucio, who are just getting ripped apart, Slop. They're just getting ripped apart.
Yeah, it's so difficult because they're just trying to play through the defensive line of the Baguette Boys, but while they're doing that, they're losing strike interactions and they're taking so much damage by Malriknos just dumping abilities on this Finny. But again, the defense is very much still up. The goal has not been scored yet. I obviously have to jinx it, don't I? Nice angle. The angle from the Baguette Boys there was found, and Zelos does confirm it, which puts the Baguette Boys up 1-0 in this series. But again, the series is a best of 3. It is not done by any means so far. And Smoking Lucio are very much here to fight.
Much here to fight indeed. They really warmed up to the pace of the game that the Baguette Boys were presenting, right? They struggled, I think, in the first set, you know, that 3-0. But once they found a little bit of footing, they were able to come back stronger, right? They were able to figure out what the Baguette Boys game plan was, but you know, unfortunately, Baguette Boys, if you're a Smoking Lucio fan, they had a very solid game plan, as you can see from these damage numbers. Very hard to play against that. That is 52k damage on the Finny, you know, triple spark Deadeye. That is hard to deal with. So I'm expecting to see, you know, coming out of the locker room next game, some adjustments to deal with that problematic amount of damage.
Yeah, and even though there's a lot of damage coming out, you had an absolute fortress in the net, by the way. Lucio, 130 saves. just want to say that really quick. 130 saves. More than half of Lucio's redirects were saves. So
That's crazy.
That is some efficiency in the back, holding it down, but in the end, the pressure that Clement's Juno, together with Zelos on Rasmus, was building was just a bit too much, and that's maybe something you can consider going into the next game. Maybe target that Juno pick as well, because it does seem to be so efficient for Clement, but again, Clement will have other picks available as well. Our game 2 is going to be on Taiko Temple, though. Again, we are still in Europe. We do love that map, a bit too much, probably. And we'll see where the picks and priorities are going to be there, as the players are trying to having a quick little bathroom break as they're thinking about what they're going to be going for. The Awakenings obviously being generated, and then bans eventually coming through as well.
Yeah, I imagine that the Awakenings, you know, might have some bearing on how things play out, but I am expecting to see those bans, right? Previously, we were looking at an Estelle and a Kazan ban. Estelle ban, of course, coming out from the side of the smoking, not smoking Lucio, from Baguette Boys, and the Kazan came out from smoking Lucio. So, you know, maybe we'll just see them running that back. They must have good reason to feel like those bans are effective, right? Don't want to deal with those characters, or someone on the other side is so good at piloting that character. But we'll have to see. It does appear like we've gotten the awakenings generated now, so we can get a better idea of what we're working with here. It does look like it's going to be
indeed.
more Brep Super Surge. So, not the most well, Super Surge is exciting. Super Surge is exciting. Or Brep. I mean,
So, the thing is, like, Orbrep is a bit bland, which means there's going to be even more focus on good Super Surge picks. Again, it's a thing of like, do these players have those picks in their arsenal, right? Because obviously the oh wait a second. Obviously the Super Surge, it has Zentaro, it has Amy, it has Vice, it has something like Malko, even if you want to play a lockdown goalie. It's good for Juno as well, because she loves herself a longer jump. It's great for a Kai pickup if you want it. It has like so many character set and path that can work with it, but I think the main pattern through most of them is, again, damage. Again, we have so much in the rotation, and if your alternative to not going a Super Surge character is just, oh, your orbs just are a bit better for your team, I'm not sure if that's necessarily what you want to be looking for. So, but it is a question of availabilities for these teams. Are they able to pick something like a Zentaro and execute on it, or are they not able to do that? So I think that's going to be interesting to see as Smoking Lucio open up with their ban and they're taking out Finny. So not opting to take out Clemo's midfield pick, but rather saying, you know what, Malriknos, you were so annoying on that Finny pick last time around.
Yeah.
I know you had Deadeye and Triple Sparks, but I just don't want to deal with it anymore. So they're just taking it outright.
That is so fair, honestly. I look back on that game, I think what went wrong, and I think, no, get rid of the Finny. Get rid of this little trickster who has 50k damage. Yes, she did have 3 Sparks and Deadeye, but when she was a problem, she had what was the starting awakening that she picked? I don't even remember at this point, but that's all she had, and she was still it was Spark Leadership. That's right, yeah.
Yeah, she went leadership. Yeah.
Yep. That she was still an annoying menace with just Spark of Leadership. So get her out of here, because she was consistently first pick in the draft that allowed her to get such a strong, picks, right? So even when they had lost the set, that was still Deadeye that went to her. Like, get her out of here. She's strong. She's good. I agree. And it does look like we are going to have the Estelle ban once again coming up from the Baguette Boys.
Yeah, most definitely. Again, probably just not wanting to deal with it, not want to contest the pick, and just saying, you know what, Big Smoke probably has a pretty good Estelle on him, just not wanting to deal with it, or just a pick that they don't defend well into, because I do believe against Keep the Flip, they took out the Estelle every single game as well already. So we'll have to see how these pick and bans are going to come through, and again, where the Super Surge characters are going to be falling on a map like Taiko Temple, because it's a bit difficult to say. Also, I feel like a sleeper pick that could be really good here, by the way, would be X Super Surge on Taiko Temple. I mean, if you're not going into something like an Atlas specifically, I feel like it might be pretty nasty, no?
I agree. I'm a big fan of Super Surge X on Taiko. I think, for one, Super Dash Range X is just fun, and Super Surge actually enables it to be, like, you're not just dashing around for fun, you're actually dashing with a lot of damage behind you. You hit like a truck when you're flying, right? And it just enables to do so much more, right? You can get into the play so much more effectively, and you can dash punch even more effectively. Like, once you get your ultimate, you send it with the dash, Superman fly, punch them, and they're gone, right? But of course, it is Taiko, so dash punches are less effective if you manage to be standing in the right position. But we are going to see Big Smoke once again running it back on this Juno. So, no surprise there. Enjoyed it, successful on it. We'll see. That is going to be Atlas Imi coming out from the Baguette boys.
Yeah, Big Smoke taking that away from Clemo, making sure that they don't get that again. But I feel like Clemo's going to be on that Amy and very happy with it anyways. Super Surge, though, obviously, a Zentaro pick I was kind of expecting. Zentaro, Super Surge, just being really, really strong. And Lucio going for the now pickup, hopefully picking that and to enable a little bit more survivability. We'll see if that's going to come into play. So Kazan last pick is coming through for Zelos, maybe showing us why Kazan has been permabanned almost against the side of the Baguette boys. Again, I believe in the previous series, with the exception of when Deshu picked it for themselves, Kazan was always taken away from Zelos. So actually the first game today where Zelos is not on Erasmus, so we'll see how they're adapting to it, as everyone in this game has picked up Super Surge, with the exception of Malriknos, which makes sense. Super Surge Atlas I don't think is very crazy, as it just does absolutely nothing for you.
I'd rather have an Awakening that I might have trouble getting value out of, rather than an Awakening I'm never going to get value out of. So, up to the Orb Rep, good idea. Already first Orb spawning here, does grab it. That is going to be level 2, and some energy going to the side of his forwards. Zelos now already hitting your Kazan power spike, the most important one, level 2. Does not matter, you are dead. Now power play on the side of Smoking Lucio. Can they find a goal on this open net? Zentaro ultimate slice of dice coming out, not going to find anything off of it. Empowered passive also going to be used. Zelos is back on the board with nothing being taken from his team. Nothing any worse than it could already be, as the Corp hits a very nice little bounce. I love those bounces. It can be found on Taiko Temple. Is going to be securing the first points here for Smoking Lucio.
Yeah, and the difficult part about a game like this as well is that Malriknos pretty low mobility in the goal, which means if Clement ever jumps away at a wrong time, the defense is gonna look a bit spicy. And what's gonna not help you with defense either is that you're having to defend against Juno Blobos and now mines and now primaries and everything, that it's just gonna continuously upkeep pressure and make it difficult for you to really like be everywhere you need to be, as again one barrier drops on both sides now. Also, quick shout out to both of the brawlers here going for the Vambrace, going for that survivability, because there's a really good chance you'll be needing it, but as of right now, control is the name of the game, and both barriers have fallen now on the side of the Baguette Boys defense. Flip coming out from Lucio defensively there as well. The barrier does drop nevertheless. Amy Turret coming out, playing into it. It's going to be a bit more difficult, but Zelos doesn't get the strike first, but does get it second. Kazan poke being a bit too efficient here, as the game score is 1-1.
You know, there might be a lot of pressure coming out from the side of Big Smoke Lucio, of course. But it is so hard to deal with a Kazan in front of your net and an Ivy that knows to just stand up there in the corner, place down turret, and just hold the line, right? There's just, it cut out and choked out Lucio's options so effectively that if the side of Baguette Boys can get into the offensive line, it really does cut off the options. But, of course, it is just going to be that game of cat and mouse, no pun intended, with the Ivy on the field of trying to find a way out of this pressure, right? I also want to accentuate your point about team comp on Smoking Lucio. Zentaro is a brawler, is a character that is so very good at taking advantage of situations, but both barriers do go down, and once that offense was able to be built on the side of the Baguette Boys, that Zentaro Imi were able to work together so well to cut off the most amount of space, and Zelos going to sink it in there, offensive support from Clement.
Yeah, most definitely. They do find themselves now one goal away from finding this first set, and again, hopefully getting themselves a snowball going to maybe even take the game, but obviously the side of Smoking Lucio has something to say about it, as they're finding themselves in Corp possession again. Barriers still being alive, one being taken by Dr. Treason now with the Borg Flick actually on that Zentaro. Gonna get the angle through, as now one gets traded back. Clement has a flip available on this Amy if he doesn't want to use it, but Lucio can answer it. The Replicator also being a bit nice there, just generate a bit more energy, getting that upkeep a lot more consistently. We'll have to see if that's going to come into play. First flip being used by Clement, now flip getting answered though by Lucio. The barrier still very much alive. Dr. Treason almost getting the barrier off of Malriknos, but the defense holds strong. Zelos taking a lot of damage, Clement taking a lot of damage, and doesn't have any HP either. Flip comes out in front of the goal, and the patience will send it through Malriknos' defense, as we're going to a 0.5 yet again.
Yet again, I mean, these games are so close. Once once Smoking Lucio warmed up to how Baguette Boys wanted to play, right? We've been seeing consistently these set fives, or these not set fives, these point fives. I'm not trying to jinx it there. I have to, but we are in this quarter offense, and both teams are so well equipped at defending against this, right? Kormov up at the top, not going to find the goal just yet. Both barriers are going to remain standing for Smoking Lucio. We need to be able to find something on our offensive pushes because they're committing so much here. The expanse does come out. Not going to find anything on a double barrier. Just makes all previous points. Boots, that is going to be crazy. I believe that it was a glitch pop KO. Zealous not going to be able to find the strike. Come on, up and top. Glitch pop out, not going to find it. Turret does come down, and that is all the pressure that we are going to need to score. Strike not going to be enough to send it out of that turret, and that is going to be Baguette Boys up in the set in game 2, taking the first point.
Yeah, that turret was just a bit too difficult to be dealing with, but the saving grace for Smoking Lucio is you get the funny draft order where you get 2 picks before the second one comes through for the Baguette Boys, so we'll see if that's going to be great. And I mean, we have a Monumentalist in here, and it's not getting denied, so now it's getting Monumentalist. Very scary. The 1-2 punch, obviously, for the Amy. Going to be really good for KO play, and you get size on Kazan as well, which is really nice. The Juno holding her pick for now. We'll see where she's going to be ending up with as Twin Drive gets taken away from Atlas, goes on to Dr. Treason, but obviously together with Super Surge, you're pretty happy about it as a Dash Awakening finds its way onto Big Smoke. This Juno jump is going to be like the entire map at this point, by the way, I'm pretty certain. We'll have to see, as there might be some difficulties here, but either way, Sakin, looking at that draft, who are you preferring to come out of this? Who do you think had the better end result?
You know, it's really hard to argue with size Kazan, and when you're playing a damage-dealing Aimi, getting 1-2 punch, I really do think Baguette Boys are coming out here with a playstyle, awakenings that fit their playstyle, right? I think they're going to get a lot of use out of them. I do think Smoking Lucio got the scarier awakenings in general, right? Juno Jump is just so much to deal with. Manu now so much to deal with, and I think that one is more prone to mechanical error, where if this side of Baguette Boys can't actually execute on their damage, the awakenings aren't as useful as Smoking Lucio. So you know what? I think Smoking Lucio came out on top here. You know, with that Manu Twin Drive on Dr. Treason, and then I just said the awakening. But oh well. We found the reason for what it was. Aerials on Juno. That's it. Aerials on Juno.
Yes, it was Aerials on Juno. To be fair, considering there seems to be some connectivity issues for the side of Big Smoke here as they're trying to figure that out. But to be fair, considering that likely was an auto pick, or there's a good chance that was an auto pick, Aerials are still pretty happy with. And like you said as well, I do believe that Monumentalist is going to allow Lucio to be so much more difficult to go through. And gonna make it pretty difficult for the side of the Baguette Boys to really get themselves into a strong position. But then again, right, you have a lot of damage, you have a lot of like just size and oppression that's coming through from Zealous there as well. So we'll have to see.
We'll have to see indeed. You know, size Kazan is one of the scarier things in this game, I think, right? I think it scales so quickly, and I think you can get so much immediate effect out of it that it could just be the game changer there, right? Especially when it's Demolitionist. You're going to get your cooldowns back taking those barriers, right? And Kazan, so good at getting those barriers, has access to more cooldowns than the rest of the roster. So getting it, and I believe the Demolitionist reduces the cooldown on all of Kazan's abilities, active form or not. So it's such a high value pick that if Zealous does manage to get these barriers, it's going to be a very catastrophic snowball effect, right? Size affects his hook, it affects his primary, I think, on the other form? No. Yes? Yeah, it does. But anyways, Big Smoke is back.
I think it just affects everything that Kazan does, which is the difficult part. But yeah, we are immediately back into play here, and obviously we're in overtime, and that's a jump. That's just like half the map. So yeah, but have fun trying to predict that, as a course just going to be sent haywire from both teams here, but still everyone alive. One barrier being taken there by Dr. Treason, almost getting a second one, but defense from Mauriknos is going to be there. Zentaro holds it for a second, but does not get the barrier. Zelos has a flip, Clement has a flip, so surely they're using it here. They do get the barrier, another flip available for Zelos. We'll see if that's going to come into play, but Dr. Treason with the Twin Drive Super Surge coming through here to deny that and take the barrier as well. Open goals on both sides, as of course being sent red by both sides. Obviously the Monumentalist Sun now doing so much as well to cover more area. The flip has to come through, gets a self pass through, hits it into the Amy turret. A bit scary, but still very much alive, as the attack from the side of Smoking Lukio does not get past Mauriknos. Just calm and collected there on the defense. But even more calm and even more collected is Dr. Treason, who gets a strike or win against the Atlas Primary and puts Smoking Lukio 1-0 up in the second set.
Yeah, and that's going to be so important, right, when you're trying to claw your way back to the lead, especially after losing a little bit of momentum from having a technical issue. So, the now Monumentalist is already going to be giving dividends, but it is going to pay a little bit to the enemy team there, as with the big explosion, it was able to put the core in place that was going to double barrier, and with dash and a strike, Zelos is going to sink it into the net, and then it's going to be Baguette Boys up on the board, hoping not to get double barriered again. Smoking Lukio going to have to fight back.
Yeah, most definitely. We'll have to see how it's gonna come through, as again the attacks are being built from both sides, and then the KO gets found. This is actually usually what KOs the Zentaro, not the Amy, but it does still work on Amy when she is getting pushed around while starting up her dash animation, and her dash ends close to the edge somewhere, or even outside of it. They're just getting KO'd, and that's gonna give that power play, but nothing really came from it, as Dr. Treason does have a flip, almost gets a KO, but all it has to do with just a barrier, but a lovely attack follow-up by Big Smoke there is gonna be able to put it into the net.
Not quite a fan of the KO, but you know what? I'll take it. If I'm Dr. Treason, I'll take what came off the back of that flip. Now that is going to be Smoking Lukio up 5-2, and this is where you want to be. You want to be able to push, you know, your effective away speed. You want to be able to find these goals, and that's going to be both barriers going down already. Malpernas is going to be tailed by the slime as well. What is... That was just, that was natural. That was crazy.
Yeah, I thought it to myself as well. Mauriknos tried to like cover everything and took a little bit too far of a step back. So Big Smoke actually, they're a pretty smart play to get a little bit more energy or XP for their team, because Mauriknos was so far back, we're not trying to hit it into the goal. We're just hitting it directly towards him, forcing him to interact with the core there, and then the blow just kills it. So yeah, very smart choice there. Hotshot being denied off of the Juno, but the Primetime still being a very valid pickup. A bit of size as well for Dr. Treason, mainly deny off Kazan. Kazan gets Stinger. Team player for Lukio is going to be quite a valuable pickup as well, and a dash extension for Clement with a Super Surge and Explosive Entrance. This Amy's going to reach the entire field now, and is also going to very much hurt when she hits you with it.
I was trying to see the damage drop the first time she uses a blink on somebody. Not going to find it there. Is actually going to take a lot of damage onto herself. Zelos tries to find a way to get this core in, but the core is... That is one of the worst feelings ever, where it just goes diagonally along the edge of the barrier. You know, you think it's so close, it's got to hit it. Blink goes wide, not going to find the barrier there, but they do have one barrier down for their trouble. Dash is going to be secured here. Perfect rail to follow from Dr. Treason. Striked it right into the core, or into the net. But yeah, it is going to be Smoky Lukio taking the first point in set 3 here.
Yeah, we'll have to see if they can keep this up, because the last set was pretty convincing from their side, and it's starting off like that as well immediately. Again, they also get one barrier. No, they don't, and open primary from Zelos will actually get the KO as the flip comes out from Clement. The defense from Lukio still holding strong, but one barrier does drop. Considering it's a power play, you're pretty happy with just giving one, though, because as of right now, it is just that. And now Dr. Treason back on the field, has a flip available for Lukio there as well, if they do want to use it to strike Ward Scarf, getting one by the side of Smoking Lukio though. Still trying to keep this point alive and very much doing that, as Big Smoke will have a flip soon as well. Lucio has one, doesn't have to use it in the defense just yet, as Clemo goes into nice and now primary, but again, damage being found, a KO being found there, the Glitch Pop actually taking out Dr. Treason, another power play. They do get the barrier for it as well, and the Amy turret in place trying to get the goal through, but the defense from Big Smoke here actually really good to dash. The huge jump there coming through to actually help, as the flip almost finds the goal, but the strike shot just there in time.
Beautiful timing on that flip, managed to hold the barrier and send it to an angle that it bought so much time for his team to get into position to try and make matters. Oh, but the dash for Big Smoke is going to open up this net. Now we are an equalized game where we were having trouble scoring when it wasn't all of the enemy on the team, and now Dr. Treason is going to be in front of their net with a strike, going to find it. Smoking Lucio now up by 2 in this set. Great strikes, you know, we're just good. The defense coming out from Dagat Boys is being effective, right? We're seeing come out in a lot of use out of their dash. We need to be able to convert on the offense, because we can only play defense for so long. We can't be there forever. We need to find a way to create offense, right? And the KOs that we've been finding have been good. Dagat Boys are going to have to walk in and find some of these goals if they want to come back into this set.
Yeah, but right now it's difficult because Clemence, again, just being put down to low HP, doesn't have an evade anymore either, as again, more abilities just hit this Amy, and then that connecting piece in between Zelos and Mauricus is going to be a bit more difficult to be working through, as the barrier does drop. Dr. Treason, though, with Big Smoke again on the attack. Amy turret coming up to get the score outfield, but doesn't really find the value I was really looking for. Big Smoke with the Juno Blobo, getting an awkward angle there that does get defended. Flip comes out from Zelos, but Lucio still holding strong now. Dr. Treason trying to get the score into their possession, cannot do that as Zelos is still in the way. Again though, Zelos no evades, and these damage, these abilities, it's just going to continuously being found. As Flip comes out by Dr. Treason and just hits it straight through Mauricus and Clement there. This is going to put Smoking Lucio up a set and one set away from taking this game and potentially evening off the series.
This is exactly what Smoking Lucio is looking for, and they definitely seem to have been. They found their groove, and might I just say, they have definitely found a groove in how comfortable Dr. Treason looks on this Centauro, right? Saw them on the Dubu last game, was doing great things, but I saw that golden border when the score popped up. And this is a player who's very comfortable on this pick, and I mean, the size being denied away from Kazan could be very prudent. What do you think, Sloth?
Obviously, taking the size away is really valuable. You also get Twindra Timeless on Lucio, which makes it even these mines even bigger, but I'm a bit wary of the pure amount of damage that exists in the hands of the Baguette Boys now. They have heavy impact on Amy, which, you know, really strong awakening. They got specialized training on Zelos, which is, in my opinion, one of the best damaging awakenings for a Kazan as well, if you play for it accordingly. So I feel like if the side of Smoking Lucio are not really careful, they could just be taken out consistently and just be KO'd over and over again. So we'll have to see if that's going to come into play or not. But as of right now, the damage is actually not what's making them difficulty. It is just the pure control aspect from the side of the Baguette Boys, as they're on an open goal already.
Barrier not going down, and Dr. Treason might be going down instead. Dash hook not enough, goes a little bit wide. The ult coming out from Dr. Treason, heals up an immense amount of health from that, and that's all you need. These Van Brace picks are really showing their value. Both Zealous, and it does not matter. Dr. Treason with the primary into the back of the net sends both the core and Malric Nas. That's going to keep happening to me. But Malric Nas does get KO'd along with his flip. Dr. Treason finding the first point here. This Zentaro pick proving oh so valuable.
Yeah, just such great work on their defense there, on their attack, I mean. And yeah, I mean, you see Dr. Treason's just everywhere, and I feel like that's just that huge amount of mobility that the side of Smoking Lucio has, with a double dash awakening on Juno, with Centauro twin drive and a dash awakening. They can just kind of be everywhere where they need to be. It allows for maybe a little bit suboptimal positioning, because even if you're just in the wrong position, you just immediately go cross field, as you saw with Big Smoke there. A moment on the top left of the map, almost getting taken out. The next in midfield, assisting Dr. Treason to get the score there. And that's going to put Smoking Lucio now one goal away from evening out the series.
This this is such an important point now if you are Smoking Lukio fan. You want them to close it out here. That you do not want Baguette Boys to find their footing to get momentum. So the Baguette Boys are going to be doing everything they can to get that momentum. Zealous in the bottom there trying to find a... does find a great strike. Dr. Treason's dash goes wide. Does find a little bit of damage on Clement, but it's going to be restored very quickly. Great primary from Zealous. Great blink from Clement. And great defense from Malcrenaz while it lasts. Does get out the flip from Dr. Treason. Now flip. Malcrenaz open net on either side now. Giant primary, not going to find anything except the core rotating around the world. Strike primary from Dr. Treason. Great strike from Malcrenaz on the Atlas, going to find the core. Outflanks. Flip in front of Lukio. It does find the core, and that is going to be Baguette Boys taking their first point here. This is the momentum that they want to be building off of.
Yeah, but unfortunately they did have to use the flip for it, which means you now don't have it anymore. Even though looking at the entire field, Zealous is the next one up in line, but all that Smoking Lukio needs is 1 point, right? So you do want to have every advantage you possibly can. One barrier down on both sides now. The second barrier still alive, but Zealous with a nice poke on that Kazan will get it. But the core gets taken out. Dr. Treason now in a 2v1 actually. Big Smoke there to assist. They do get one barrier down, that second barrier down as well. As the attack is being built now, Malriknos needs to hold on to this. Lukio in a 1v1 with Zealous, but it does get cleared away. Resistance coming through. Lukio sending it up to Big Smoke, and the damage coming through again from Dr. Treason, but a lovely pass down by Big Smoke will actually do it. Malriknos' expanse not there in time, not big enough, fast enough. And Dr. Treason just puts it in to the net, evening us out. Smoking Lukio 1-1 against the Baguette Boys, and we're going to a decider.
Decider indeed. I believe that is going to be on what map? What map are we running?
What do you think? What do you think? Give me a gut feeling. It's a map we've never seen before. No one ever plays.
We've never seen before. A map nobody ever plays. Could not possibly be Oni Village, could it? Are we going Oni Village?
No.
Are we going?
It's not Oni Village.
Are we going? I'm thinking Clarion Corp?
No, unfortunately not. No. No. I know it's hard to believe.
Don't tell me. Don't tell me.
We're going to Atlab.
No. Atlab. Game 3? Unheard of, Slav. Unheard of.
Yeah, I know it's hard to process, but we'll see. Either way though, looking at this game, a lot less damage in total than it felt like it, by the way. I feel like we were having a lot more damage output, but maybe that's just a combination of, I mean, the game went 4 sets, so it still feels like it should have been more, but you saw Smoking Lukio just a bit more active in that department, with Big Smoke on 20k and Dr. Treason on 29k. So it probably was the bit of a difference maker. And again, Lukio was just so many saves. It's just so proficient in that net, allowing Smoking Lukio to just take this victory.
Yeah, like you said, we saw it last game, right? In the hundreds of saves from Lukio, just likes being able to influence the core and does well with it, right? And while Zealous was able to be on that Kazan, it was mentioned earlier, he hasn't gotten the chance to play it all day. When it was open, it was taken, and otherwise it's been banned away. So, you know, you're cold on your comfort pick, not a place you want to be, you know, but this could be the start of something new and great, as it is going to be an Estelle ban and a Finny ban coming out. So, you know, Zealous does have another chance to run back the Kazan. We've gotten a bit more warm on it to find out, but I mean, as I was Smoking Lukio's in their groove, right? They had a little bit of time to figure out Baguette Boys, and now they are rolling with it. So we'll see whose momentum's going to carry them to the finals and who is going to have to make their losers runs. Slaw, I believe we are ready to get into the next game.
Yeah, and we have a Spark of Agility recovery drone restart. So again, a bit of size to be working with. Zealous has been getting quite a bit of size today to enable the Rasmussen to Kazan pick, so very fortunate for them. But we'll see where the picks are going to be. And again, I mean, Smoking Lukio just looked at the efficiency of not having Malriknos on the Finny and said, you know what, we're running that back. We're taking that out. We don't want to deal with it at all. And the Baguette Boys not changing their ways, as the Estelle ban obviously comes through from there, and as you mentioned. So We'll see where the priorities are going to be. I do believe, though, as the Baguette Boys are going to be taking the blue side this time around, there's going to be a priority on the Juno pick. Because the Juno pick has been pretty serious defining so far, because both games where the Juno was on the winning team, because it is just so oppressive in that midfield, so good at getting pressure out while still taking HP from the enemy as well. So I would believe that the Baguette Boys are opting to first pick this Juno, but I can still be proven wrong. Maybe they do just want that forward priority. Maybe they do want to secure Malriknos and Atlas pick potentially because that Finny has been taken out. So we'll see what they're going to be opting for their first pick here. But yeah, as we see them rotate, the Juno is going to be the thing hovered for Clement. And some Mako hover again.
Honestly, I know. I'm so scared about the Mako hover, but this Juno has been hotly contested, right? You know, Clement wants it, Big Smoke wants it. It's going to be an effective pick, right? Because I mean, when you get right down to it, Juno can do so much. When you are defending for so long, or having to be on offense for so long, if you're consistently in overtime, right? Juno's going to have such a big buff because of how fast she can make the core, how hard she can make things to track, right? So this pick is just so valuable, especially if you got two players who really want to play her. I'm not surprised to see it being the priority pick here. That it's going to be Era Atlas coming out from the side of Smoking Lucio. You know, this was kind of the configuration that we saw in Game 1 when the Juno was taken by Clement. So we'll see. Zelos looks like going to get that Kazan again.
Yeah, the Atlas pick makes sense, right? Because Malriknos, even though it didn't look incredibly good last game, still a very good Atlas player. So take that away. And we're running back the same comp we did Game 1, which is a pretty bold statement, I believe, for the side of Smoking Lucio, because it didn't work too well for you, right? You didn't really get the result you were really looking for. So locking this in the decider is a statement, right? It's saying, hey, look, I know this comp works for us. I know this is efficient for us. We're just going to run it back. And even though we know you're going to have a good amount of damage output, just because of the characters that you have picked, we're gonna run a double dam brace as well to make sure we're staying alive. Now, I'm a bit worried here you might get outsped at this point, but that can very much be made up with if Big Smoke gets a lot of speed awakenings to be working with.
Yeah, I mean, and innately, right, you have a speed boost on Era. It is an interesting choice, but it has been proven that they want to be damage dumping, right? So if you're Big Smoke, it makes sense. You think, I want to survive, that's how I'm going to do it. You saw how effective it was last game, where nobody was dying. The brawlers who had taken Van Bryce weren't dying. And it already looks like it might be proving dividends. Who knows? Dr. Treason getting in front of the net. I'm excited to see this dude pick coming out again, right? It is the same comp, bold statement, like you say. So I wonder, now that both of these teams are warmed up to each other, both teams, you know, are getting into their groove, what will the difference maker be? Yeah, I am so excited to see it.
Yeah, most definitely. And a game where it is decently control heavy means we're going to be having a lot more prio on these few control awakenings that are in the pool. As a smashdown from Zelos there actually will get a KO. And power play for the side of the Baguette Boys. Not what I would have anticipated. Finding the only person as well on the side of Smoking Lucio that didn't start the recovery drone is insanely valuable, as they get themselves a goal and start off this set pretty strong.
That's a great place to be, you know. I mean, that KO, it's always so funny to see a Kazan drop down and explode somebody. Dr. Treason trying to go for a cheeky KO, not going to find it, does not matter. Got a double barrier and is going to find a good strike into the top quarter. Dude, hitbox is so big and does have recovery drone, so that is an even bigger hamster to be dealing with. Dr. Treason's so good at using his size on his strike force. It's just been a consistent theme with his play style, so especially on this Dubu. Very strong pick.
Yeah, most definitely. We'll see how it's going to pan out, as the primary is going to be getting one of the barriers, so Lucio holding that defense open goal for now, but that is a bit of the difficulty when you are the side of the Smoking Lucio, because your comp is not very good if you're already on an open net. Atlas doesn't really do well defending it, and Era doesn't want to be too far back to have to help. And you saw it there as well. Zelos, obviously, with the Kazan, has the outplay potential with the crooked leverage to get themselves a goal there and get themselves 1 point away from taking a first set, as the attack immediately starts up again The beam does not hit Dr. Treason properly there, but doesn't matter, one barrier gets dropped in the bottom. The Topher is coming out to try to get the core up front, does get one barrier out. The Maelstrom now building as well, hitting Clement with it. Clement taking half their HP bar, and a nice strike from Big Smoke will actually get the barrier off of Malriknos, making it a bit more difficult. The Somersault coming through and hitting almost everyone with it, just for a little bit of damage, because why not? The Crooked Leverage getting the core, but it's still being bounced back and forth. Lucio holding on to the barrier for now, and that is so crucial as the core gets hit away by Dr. Treason, but that's going to be a lot of cooldowns used by Malriknos, so Atlas Primary stopping that almost immediately as well. As the core gets brought up again, and the HP bar are looking low now on the side of the Baguette boys, now doing their best to get some HP back. Dr. Treason now in a 1v1, but cannot get it past Malriknos just yet.
Can't get it fast. Walking up with no ability is a hard place to be if you're Dr. Treason, but the Corp does come out, does Total Fortress, sends it into the Particle Accelerator, just a boom, right up into the core. Malriknos not able to deal with such a situation. Core goes through. It's a scary place to be. Jubu walking in front of you, nowhere to send it down. So you short circuit and you don't send it anywhere, because what can you do? Core now, and that is going to be the flip coming out, one barrier down. The Era Ultimate is going to protect Dr. Treason from any more harassment, does not have any energy to evade, might become a damager sponge, but Era up into the corner. Big Smoke with the beam going to shrink Zealous, so very important. Besides, Kazan is going to be taken so low, and there is just too much in front of the net for Malriknos to properly deal with it, and that is going to be the Smoking Lucio team coming up in this first point, this first set.
Yeah, and they're gonna get rewarded with likely a hot shot on the Atlas. Take that early so Juna doesn't get it, and after that, I mean, I know a bit of a Jubu enjoyer. If I see one, there's a missile pop in the draft. There's a missile propulsion in the draft. Ooh. You do have another spark as well. Oh, it does get picked up. Okay, that means, though, that Clement is going to be able to pick up the Spark of Strength, which is going to be a second spark, which is going to be very interesting. No, opt for the stacks, actually. So once the immediate value, which does make sense, right? You don't want to start getting sparks when you are down, because they don't give you enough immediate value. They're great for scaling. So Clement says, you know what, I'd rather just take the speed that I can guarantee myself rather than set myself up for a potential really strong build. But we'll have to see if that comes into play, as Clement takes a lot of damage. The Tofu Fortress with a missile prop just being there, making it difficult to defend, and takes one barrier as well, but it does get answered pretty swiftly from the side of the Baguette boys with two barriers, actually.
It is a scary awakening to take, because if you do get KO'd, all of your stacks go away. But we said it was going to... Nice strike from Zealous is going to find the goal. We said that it was going to be so very important, this speed game, for Big Smoke to be able to find a way to say, like, keep up with the speed. And if Clement is able to pilot these stacks correctly, that could be the nail in the coffin. So I respect the pick of, you know, saying wanting that immediate value is very good. But of course, 2 sparks is... strikes right there. I mean, guys, I'm trying to like make a very elucidated and poignant point here, and you guys are going a little bit too fast with your goals. Very cool, very nice. Off the double barrier as well. Keep it up. Let's go. As 2 points have already been scored here in this second set.
Yeah, going off immediately. That's a recovery drone gets taken off with Dr. Treason, but that is perfectly fine as Big Smoke just takes both of the barriers off the side of the Baguette boys. And again, the side of Smoking Lucio just finding their groove here. Tofu Fortress coming through to just kind of, you know, turn it into like a Plinko machine, just kind of have luck with it, see where it goes. But we'll see where it's gonna go as the barrier's still alive. Dr. Treason trying to find himself in a beneficial situation against Malriknos there. The barrier does in the end drop. Lucio not able to hold on to it as the now is gonna be there in time. Lucio nothing to defend with, and that is gonna be a second goal for the Baguette boys here.
That angle, I wasn't expecting it. Lucio wasn't expecting it. The way it slid into the goal was so very smooth and clean. In a billion years, I would not have guessed that it would have like kind of flowed in that weird kind of curved angle. But we do find it. Malriknos, you know, very happy about that one. That was some Monu now core speed as well. So getting value from our Awakens, we love to see it. Now we are in the brawl in this bottom corner. One barrier does go down. Zealous' HP bar also goes down. Thankfully, we've got them now in the back line, able to give a little bit of support there with the ultimates. Hook is carried away, but we're striking a little bit too much, so it's going to be taken. No, not having that strike Oh, what a strike war from Malcrinos, and a flip, and a strike from Zealous. Okay, that was a great sequence. I loved that come on in front of the net with the flip, and as Void is sitting through Dr. Trees, finds just the tiniest little of pixels to sneak it by Lucio as well, and that is going to be Baguette Boys taking this point 3 on set number 2.
Yeah, the immediate value coming through, and unfortunately for the Baguette Boys, they did win the set, but now is going to be their last pick, so I cannot imagine this Monumental is falling down to her. And they do seem to agree, because they're taking it on the Juno, because they do not want to give it to Era. You're still giving Castellas, though, so again, how can you win this draft? I do not know. You get bulk up on the Kazan, but team player falls down to Lucio, which leaves now with a Super Surge, which can still very much make a difference, right? Getting that extra bit of speed and movement speed. But we'll have to see if it comes through. And the explosive entrance on Dubu. Dr. Treason about to go hunting with that somersault.
Now, I am excited to see how this pans out. If Dr. I mean, wow, the explosive entrance. I'm excited. Oh my god, the Tofu Torch comes out. And it's going to be both barriers going down. One traded as well for that situation, that interaction. Dr. Treason could be taken out, is going to just be bounced around the Atlas. Oh, it comes out in the perfect timing, too. Is going to get the core in his hands, his HP bar up high, and not even having to expend the recovery drone. That is what you want to see if you are Dr. Treason, and you've got to feel good if you're Lucio after making that kind of intervention. The roll comes out. Oh my god.
I don't think I've ever seen a Dubu roll with any Dash Awakening and not just giggle to myself because it's just so absurd to look at. But it worked really well there. The defense from Malriknos was still really good and did get it away. But that can come and be the difference maker at times. But right now, Zealous just wins the strike interaction. Dr. Treason trying to go up, but gets stunned out of the somersault, which sends the core flying up front. Now Lucio has a flip, the core goes red, that hotshot team player, just so strong as the Tofu Fortress sends it at odd angles. But again, the core just goes into line, bounces on the line, and doesn't actually go in. The speed was great, but the angle was better as the flip comes out from Dr. Treason now, just completely mixes up Malriknos. But my god, that point felt alive a lot longer than it should have been.
Somebody clip that, please. It's one of you in the chat room. I know you're there. Clip that. That was so cool. That bounce was so hype, but Dr. Treason, with hype of their own, does use the flip to find the core into the net, and now that's going to be an open net already. Barriers both going down 13 seconds into this point. This is Smoking Lucio coming back, firing for what happened last set. They are ready to go, ready to find the score. Lucio does have this core for the defense, is not going to use it as Zealous uses theirs, does find the goal, and oh, the slime, the strike core, the strike shot, flip expended, great strike core from Big Smoke. Now it's not going to be enough. Zealous standing, taking the perfect positions for all of these strike wars. Your defensive options can only go so far. There's too much to think about, and now that it's going to be Baguette Boys tying up this set number 3, by the way, and we're already getting this much excitement.
Yeah, really strong played by Lucio there, and he gets caught up by the thing that I even get caught up on most of the time because it's really annoying, and it's that little edge before the goal. Hitting it down into that's just going to send it straight up, but one barrier gets dropped pretty soon. Again, the ultimate from Lucio there, doing God's work to keep Treason and his recovery drone alive. As the core gets forced into the top, the strike wars are being won by Smoking Lucio just so cleanly as the barrier now does drop. They do want to find themselves in an even better position, though. The defense holding strong. Dr. Treason trying to find something there, but doesn't actually, as the flip from Alucross gets used, has to be used to actually do even keep that situation alive. One barrier now does drop. The primary from Atlas not finding anything. A back pass from Zealous there, a bit dangerous, but the Tofu Fortress is going to send it somewhere on the map as the flip is going to be built on Big Smoke again, trying to get this core up to Dr. Treason, because Dr. Treason is just continuously hunting directly on top of Malriknos, saying, hey, if you get the core close to me, I can do God's work for you, I can get that goal for you. But as of right now, they're not doing that because the midfield control by Clement and Zealous are just way too strong.
I personally wasn't able to really keep track of what the core was doing there. I mean, I can't imagine what it was like for the defense of Smoking Lucio, right? There's so much to worry about Juno in front of your net, now getting involved, and then the wild card Kazan. But that is going to be one barrier, two barrier down, one fish, two fish, one barrier remaining for Smoking Lucio. from Big Smoke. Dr. Treason in front of the net. Pokefort coming out, but it is not going to be helpful for us at this point. Do have the flip on Lukio. Am going to use it here. Expending it. Expanse. Not going to be enough. Big Smoke strikes it down. Barrier taken. Open goal on either side. And the great strike from Lukio is going to stop Zelos. They do have the flip, though. This could be an energy disadvantage on the side of Smoking Lukio. 2 flips now. Malpronos has theirs on the now. Flip coming out from Zelos. Not going to find anything. Good position from Dr. Treason, and Lukio is going to be defensive. But now, come on. In front of the Malpronos with a great teleport in. That was a very heads-up play. So very smart. Sees their opportunity. Jumps on the Kulmon. Uses their flip, and boom, into the net. I love that play. Very well executed from the side of Baguette Boys.
Yeah, that's going to give them another draft victory here. They do have the Juno on the first pick, and that's going to be a 1-2 punch very likely for the Juno. We'll see if they're going to pick it up, and they do. Obviously going to help so much. Timeless Creator for the Atlas, also not to be underestimated though, but finally, Tekazan gets his hands onto more size, which is going to allow Zealous to do even more. The Siege Machine being picked up for Malric now is going to help with these mines a bit, as the Aerials pick up for the Big Smoke is going to help a lot with these enablers. And Fight or Flight being a last pick here is a bit weird, but Dr. Treason definitely not going to complain about it, which is going to allow this Dubu to be in more places more often, as the movement speed and buff is just really great for you.
It certainly is. And I mean, there's also a little bit of value that Dr. Treason specifically can get out. We've been seeing Dr. Treason being, torn apart each set. How many incredible revives from Lukio have been on the back of Dr. Treason just getting chunked out so often, getting low, getting his stagger bar cracked. And the secondary passive of Firefly is when your stamina bar is, or not stamina bar, when your HP bar is cracked like that, you get a secondary back. So I do believe Dr. Treason is going to find some value here. Strikes in front of the net, not going to find it. Not big enough for that. And with some good defensive plays, Baguette Boys are going to manage to get it out. Strike shot is going to be utilized, not going to find anything just yet. Core flip used as well. And now this defensive situation for Baguette Boys is getting so very dangerous. A strike from Dr. Treason is all it's going to take us into the back. And that was just so much stress on the side of, Baguette Boys having to fight this Smoking Lukio offense that was not giving up. They could not find their clear.
Yeah, it's just really difficult, and Malric Mustard had to take a gamble, right? Is he going to hit it down? Is he going to hit it up? He went for down, and the strike went up, so not much you can do at that point as the attack again gets built up. And you see that movement speed off of Big Smoke with this era. So just so difficult to deal with, so you need to make use of the times where they don't have it available, as both teams will find one barrier. Zealous finds a second one right now, though. And the attack from the Baguette Boys is very much still alive, although Dr. Treason, with a beautiful interaction there on the Dubu, will not only find a barrier, but almost find the goal as well, as the Corp bounces around. But the attack is now building on the Baguette Boys, so the Expanse coming out, defending against it efficiently, as almost the KO on Big Smoke gets found there. Dr. Treason now again walking up the explosive entrance, not quite hitting the core there. Flip coming up from Clement, does not find the core, but Zelos now up top in the interaction. Big Smoke gets low, needs to be you having the Atlas ultimate for them there, as Malric gets the core away from Dr. Treason. Again, the hook comes and gets it away, and the core almost saved by Lukio, just a little bit too late as it bounces into the net. Good goal for the side of the Baguette Boys.
It was just, the core was a little hard to trap there, I think, because of some of the introduced chaos from the gravity well exploding in the center right. There was just things kind of... That was crazy. I think I just saw that guy like instant transmission. That might have just been on my end, so stream probably saw it. That was really funny. Zealous is going to find the barrier there. It is going to be have a core flip to be able to expend here. Big Dr. Treason in front of the net, but a great primary from Malpronos. Very heads-up play is going to keep their barrier alive, almost taking out Zealous with that roll. Not going to be enough. Open goal now. Lukio, though, does have the flip if things go wrong. Big Smoke going to be one with possession here, trying to find a way. Dr. Treason with a great strike for no primary to save you this time. Malpronos as now getting involved. Both goals are open, and a strike war is all it is going to take from Dr. Treason. And now Smoking Lukio up in this set, looking to bring this to a 0.5. Set 5.
Yeah, very much would like to do that. So we'll see if they can keep on finding these berries and finding these skulls, because as of right now, Dr. Trees is really difficult to deal with. The top fortress will find the KO as well. The evade just ending a bit too early for Clement there, as there's now a 3v2 power play and the barrier under such a strong attack here, but defended well by Malriknos, giving enough time for Clement to come back. The attack's still very much alive, so we'll have to see if they can find the barrier. No, actually, barrier gets found for the Baguette boys. Again, Malriknos just finds these angles past Dr. Treason, making it so difficult to take that barrier off of their hands. As now Zelos tries to walk up, gets arrow beamed, and at that point, as a Kazan, you're just not playing the game anymore, which is very unfortunate for you. But now, again, the speed up coming through the castle last aerial is just doing so much. Big Smoke so fast. Dr. Treason there as well. The somersault stops the core, forces Malriknos to use the flip, as Zelos gets really low here, potentially a target for a KO, but no, again, Malriknos just does so much for survivability, holding the defense as the flip gets denied. The barrier is still alive on the Baguette boys somehow, as now Lucio is trying to defend an open goal. Malriknos getting the core up, the somersault stopping it, and the barrier does fall through the back. Dr. Treason has a flip but doesn't hit the core with it, as the crooked leverage will get a touch on the core, but again the defense from Lucio just too good. Core getting sent down to Clement, the core going red almost immediately through the 1-2 punch. Dr. Treason not in a position to control the core as Big Smoke tries to get it up front, but again the defense in that midfield area for the Baguette boys just so good. Somersault stopping the core. Dr. Treason looking at the situation, saying, you know what, Malriknos doesn't have any abilities left anymore, making it so difficult. I'm just gonna say it opposite field, and Clement is not gonna be able to get there in time. We're in a set 5 in this game 3.
Oh my goodness, Dr. Trees, that's the thinking man's play. Sit on the core, ponder, and then shoot. That was incredible. Well played from Dr. Trees, and that is going to, be smoking Lucio up here, and that you love to see it. I mean, Lucio is just so strong on the defense. I'm expecting to see well over another 100 saves right on this Atlas Twin Drive now. That is your reward, and this is going to be such a difficult defense for Baguette boys to crack. That is going to be the spark of focus going on from now, I believe. A little bit of a deny probably from Big Smoke. So, nice to see that, but this could spell the end for Baguette boys. That draft seems so hard to come back from.
Yeah, you didn't really have anything you want. That's kind of like the doomsday thing about that, because you have 2 of your players you need to take away the spark, otherwise you're giving a 3rd spark to Era, and whether you're giving leadership or focus, they're both pretty bad, because with focus, you already have an Era that has castle ass and aerials, so if you give her more cooldowns, Zealous is just straight up not playing the game anymore. And if you give leadership, the Dubu suddenly has a lot more movement speed to be working with and strength. So you have to take both of them, and at that point you're not really ecstatic about it. Meanwhile, you get size on Dr. Treason again and again. We mentioned as well the twin drive on Lucio. The defensive fortress that he's been so far now has even more abilities to be working with. It's gonna be difficult, but it's not over, because they do find ways. They do get both barriers, and Zelos confirms it with a flip there, which puts the Baguette boys up 1 point in this set 5.
It's true. You can have everything you might need to already win the game. That's what they don't tell you. Sometimes you don't need that draft to keep doing what you're doing. Sometimes, things just shake out the way they do, and we're going to find out here just how effective what we're working with here, right? We're on our final builds. This is what we're going to be seeing for the rest of the game. Now Lucio does have the flip. Zelos is putting in some great work, getting Big Smoke down, and that is going to be a great heads-up use of the gravity well, taking out the life. Now that is going power play, open net, great teleport from Malriknos down to Clement. Great pass, stops the Dubu roll from being effective. Up to Zelos into the strike. That was just beautifully played from all around the map, all starting with a beautiful teleport coming out from the goalie of Malriknos. Incredible play from the
Yeah, and you can see the Baguette boys, they're starting to adjust in a way that they're just trying to take out Big Smoke. They're realizing, hey, look, this is really the big enabler in that team. If we can take him out, just get damage on him or anything, it's going to be so much easier. And especially now that you have an adrenaline rush onto Zelos, it's going to be even easier to see a KO game plan. And that's what's kind of given him these 2 goals so far. But again, it's not over till it's over. The recovery drone gets procced off of Dr. Treason. The core goes past Dr. Lucio. And in a situation where we thought Dr. Lucio is unbreakable with a twin drive, he's been the most breakable he's been all series. A quick 3 goals for the Baguette boys as they overwhelm the defense and secure themselves a spot in the grand finals.
I mean, it was just so well executed. The Baguette boys just came out, stormed everything. They had their game plan, they stuck to it. I was hoping that I could say that Smoking Lucio has been on this back foot before. They've come back from these dire situations, and Baguette boys, they noticed that, and they really put their all into making sure they could put this final nail in the coffin here in this winners finals side of the bracket. So just well played, and did not quite make it over to 100. Are going to have to stay at 88 saves, but still a great defensive showing. 242 redirects from the guy. So, you know, it's not as though Smoking Lucio is out. They still have the losers side of the bracket to run through. So there's still a chance, you know, to reflect on these games. Just well played, though, from Baguette boys.
Yeah, most definitely. And who they're going up against on the loser side is still yet to be figured out, as Keep the Flip and Norm's Saturday are also still in their game 3, so also a nail biter going on there. But until we can find out who they're playing, and we're seeing them on stream, right? Because Smoke and Lucio will just be playing that losers final on stream next. We will go into a small little break to set everything up for that series, so do stay tuned. Also, if you need some content while waiting, I believe Hockey's tournament has started at this point as well, so you can have that open. Have a double monitor set up to get some peak OS gameplay on both of them, you know. So tune in to that. But we are going to go into a small little break as we're getting the rest of the bracket ready. Do not go anywhere.
See you soon.
And welcome back. We are in the losers final now. It is Smoking Lucio against Keep the Flip. Smoking Lucio after a nail-biting winners final, falling down to the lower bracket, and what I can only assume was a nail-biter of a loser semifinal, because that series went on for over 100 minutes. Well, Keep the Flip were able to make it past Norm Saturday, and we're in for a little bit, I want to say an EU Classic, but also not, because we're starting on Taiko, we're going to Atlab. If we go to a decider, we're on Amy Zap. So that doesn't really happen that often here in Europe, that Amy Zap gets picked. So I'm curious to see if we're going to go down to that route, and I'd be excited if that is the case. If we're not, then, you know, that's also fine. But we do have our game one, we have our Taiko Temple, and we have... Sakin, what's the awakening so we have?
Oh, I'm so happy you asked. It is going to be Hot Shot and 1-2 Punch. This core is going to be flying, bodies might even be flying. But I am excited. You know, we've already seen Big Smoke on that Juno, so I think it's got to be pick ban. But as we saw, it's Atlas Kazan, so that Juno. You know, I'm also seeing in this lobby here, Silvio, thank you. I honestly would have been stuck in a loop of saying Silv until you helped me.
That could have also been funny if I just left you there, yep. But I wouldn't want to do that to you.
I appreciate that so much. Silva, say it again.
It's fine. We know.
Say it again. They have a Judo Silvio. They have a Judo PFP. All right, they're running a Judo PFP, so there might be some Judo contention going on here on this 1-2 Punch Hot Shot start. But we are getting into the lobby now, so we can find out. Oh yeah, I mean, I'm not surprised.
Shocker.
Yeah. The Judo PFP picks Judo.
I mean, it is just kind of a given. You have a 1-2 start and a Hot Shot start. Like, it's... Tell me... The only thing you can say is bad about this for Juno is she can't get both. That's like that's so the only thing. That's like the only thing that's bad about that. So obviously Sylvia are going to go for the first pick on the Juno here, but you still have Hot Shots. The Atlas was being banned, but even then you still have a lot of Hot Shot potential here together, for example. And Estelle's really good with Hot Shot together as well. You have to Shu on a brawler pick, a 1-2 Julie. So he's going to be trying his damn hardest to farm KOs on a map like Taiko Temple with these punching gloves, and we'll see if that's going to come into play. And Taedu's on the old and trusted Mako pickup. So we'll see how that's going to come in. As the last pick's going to be a Dubu for the side of what I can only assume is Dr. Treason to lock in that old trusted Dubu, which, again, on a map like this, very scary around edges. And yeah, it kind of goes as expected. Everyone on the Hot Shot, with the exception of the two people that are going to be looking for KOs, and that's going to be Dr. Treason and the Shu also having pummelers, which, yeah, this Julie has one goal and one goal only, and it's to make your life miserable, as he's already immediately positioning himself next to Dr. Treason, trying to just find an angle to maybe get a KO out.
And I expect to see that situation happening a lot, but of course, there we go, dash punch onto Dr. Treason, and honestly, we don't even need to get the KO, right? We can just stack the damage, and that is going to be more than enough. Dr. Treason took those vicious fan braces for a reason, knows he's going to be in the line of fire. But, of course, one thing I am always worried about when I see Juliet with pummelers, especially on what I would consider a bigger map. Yes, there's choke points, the core moves so fast, and the positioning is kind of awkward at times. I'm worried about the Juliet being able to keep up the play, and honestly, in this one instance, I am not that worried. I do believe that with this Hot Shot Awakening, Juno is going to be able to get Juliet for way more often than not. So I think that's going to make up for some of the speed deficit, just add speed to the core. Of course, we are in front of the net, open goal, no barriers on the side of Keep the Flip. This is Smoking Lucio coming out strong, and Dr. Treason just boom, strikes it in as log ready. No empowered strike going to be used from Deus, and it is going to be the first point going over to Smoking Lucio.
Yeah, the thing is that I'm a bit interested in is I don't think I've ever played Mako into Dubu. I'm not sure how this matchup is. Conceptually, it feels a bit difficult to execute, right? Because Mako does do well when someone's close. Oh, talking about doing well, pummelers, CP, KO found, ultimate deny as well there. to take a barrier off of Lucio there. But yeah, I'm not sure how well this is going to work, because the secondary is going to get denied by every single ability that Dr. Treason can toss at Hades. And even if that doesn't get denied, in close range is kind of where Mako wants to be to make use of like strike primary strike. Well, the double lock just beats that as well. So I feel like this might actually be a really tough matchup for Tadus to play out, but as it stands right now, he's doing a pretty decent job at it. But we'll see as the hotshot's going to come into play soon, because we're hitting overtime in 10 seconds. But as of right now, the defense holds strong from the side of Smoking Lucio. The Mako ultimate coming through there, but the strikes from Dr. Treason just a bit too consistent there. The Dubu with the size, very much taking advantage of it.
Taking advantage indeed. And I'll be honest, I am not surprised to see Smoking Lucio coming out here with a lot of momentum, with a lot of fire behind their gameplay. They are hot off the game. A loss it might have been, that just means that they have all the more to prove, right? While this team of Keep the Flip has been playing games, they are also just hot off the game as well. So you know what? Both teams are hot, but you know, Smoking Lucio has so much to prove, being kicked out from winners final, so they are ready to show what they can do. Dash punch coming out from Dashu, not going to find the core just yet. That is an open goal once again for Keep the Flip down to Silvio. Dashu with the punch, not going to keep the possession. Juno Slime coming out, not finding anything just yet, but with all of the chaos introduced from the ultimate, is going to be able to find the barrier, and with the flip from Dashu down into the pocket is going to find the goal, and that is going to be Keep the Flip. Now getting their name on the board in this series. We have a game on our hands, ladies and gentlemen.
Yeah, and a really important walk-up for Tadus there, because if he doesn't walk up there, Dr. Treason has all the time in the world to set himself up and potentially get a barrier off of him. So walking up and getting that strike early there was really the difference maker in that play, as immediately one barrier drops again, but now the Tofu Fortress comes through. It's going to surely result in one barrier being taken, but that just evens the playing field as the Shoes now trying to run up with Silvio at the bottom there. The Juno Blob was mixing up the timing from Lucio as they're now trying to get another goal, and Big Smoke gets a little bit low as well, and almost the Juno Blob finding its way into the goal there. Flip has to be used, another flip coming through. The Shoe not able to hold that completely with the ultimate there, as it does fly past. Now Big Smoke and Dr. Treason trying to run up, and also again, interesting pickup here. This is the first time we're seeing Big Smoke on the Estelle, the pick that has been very consistently banned against them from our knowledge of the game so far. So we'll see if that's really what was the difference maker, or if the Estelle is gonna be just similar in performance to the other picks that they've played. But as of right now, Smoking Lucio is up 1-0 in sets, so it seems to be working out pretty well for them.
As perhaps the other teams knew something that Keep the Flip is about to find out in Big Smoke. But Big Smoke is leading the bottom of the leaderboard right now in terms of EXP gain. But honestly, Estelle has such a playstyle where that could honestly just be how you're taking up position on the field. But I am scared now. Juliet has this Adrenaline Rush, and that means you definitely do not want to be KO'd, because that is just one item snowball in of itself.
Yeah, it's a bit unfortunate that Monumentalist has to go onto Tadus, because you don't really want it on Mako, but you also really don't want it on the enemy now, so you kind of have to. And the thing is with the Shu as well, is he's an incredibly snowbally player. So if he can get himself a KO, he will ride that momentum forward, and he will just continue to play off of it. And that Adrenaline Rush is going to enable that even more. Together with Pummelers, that means if even just a single dash punch connects the right way, the side of Smoking Lucio are probably just going to be overrun, with pure pressure. And even if that power play doesn't come through, they still have a difficulty trying to find their way through Silvio's Juno and Tadus' Mako here, so might be a bit more difficult in the execution, but as of right now, we're in an even game state and a set advantage for the side of Smoking Lucio, so who knows, maybe that was all they would need as well to close off the game. But as of right now, Keep the Flip is still very much attacking here, trying to get the angles going. An unfortunate angle will send it past Tadus to take the barrier there. Sofa Fortress will shove the core up front. Tadus has a flip soon and sets up the Shoe perfectly for that dash punch, and now the Adrenaline Rush Pummelers are coming through. Flip has to be used, gets answered with a flip of their own. The Shoe again trying to run up here, probably has the dash punch available again, because that's why they're positioning like that, but a clean defense there actually will hold on to the point, but the strike war in the end was enough. Lucio not able to get the right timing on that.
The right timing indeed, but a beautiful strike. You know, that's so very difficult to do, in my opinion. The just patience and confidence it takes to strike or the Juliet dash punch combo, right? You just have to be possessed perfectly. But double barriers open, big Dr. Treason in front of the net, big smoke, and the big dude was just going to walk up, strike it in. While I was glazing Lucio, Dr. Treason and Big Smoke find a way to equalize this set with a 1-1 on the board. Just well played execution from this duo on Smoking Lucio. Goodbye.
And you thought Shu was going to be the only person that looks for KO, but Silvio with the jump flip, they're actually going to do just that. Find the power play, enable that pummelers for the Shu now. As they get one barrier, trying to find a second one as well. Look, the Treason looks a bit low. Maybe something to target, but they're slowly generating their HP, especially with the Vambrace Sentinel behind them. It's going to be fine for them, as we're now seeing the attack building, but the defense from the Mako is coming through. And it's just so difficult to get through. Big Smoke here doesn't have any evades, so does need to be very careful around the edges, especially if the Shu is close to him, as the Tofu Fortress almost takes Julie's life there, but still the attack is alive. Flip coming out, and unfortunately the strike timing not quite there as Dr. Treason finds the angle past the defense.
Big Smoke was standing up there, guiding the way for Dr. Treason to send the flip as well. Played overall, this Dubu's so large, so in charge. And all it does will take one dash punch, but it is not enough. Not with the 1-2 punch, not with the pummelers. A lot of damage is going to go down, but it is not going to take them out. And just unfortunate angles, so kind of hard to react to. Might not have been expecting to have the strike shot back up. The core is going to slip by, and Dr. Treason is going to find another set MVP. The Dubu theme is going to keep playing, and I see some Dash Awakenings. Is this going to be the assassination hamster?
Ooh, it would be funny. Go for the twin drive. I mean, it makes sense. It can still very much be the assassination hamster, because you don't want to give that to the Juno specifically. Juno's still got to be happy with stacks and stacks, of course, but you get aerials onto the now. You get Spark of Leadership onto Shu, which is going to be the nigh-off of Big Smoke, not wanting to get those sparks, and Explosive Entrance falling all the way down to Mako is actually really good for Mako, because now you can enable your forwards even more. So if you can get those secondary timings down, you can enable especially this Juliet to just continuously find KOs as a beautiful angle gets found for a double barrier there. Almost gets the goal as well. The attack's still very much alive. Big Smoke taking a lot of damage, but Lucio bringing out the HP heal as the KO actually gets found onto the Shu now. The Dubu just doing the bit of the funny there, as one might say.
One might say it being hilarious. Even as no barriers go down on this power play, Silvio actually making waves here on this Juno. Four going down, well tracked by Lucio, but the positioning of the Shu and Silvio is just so very strong. Big Smoke not able to contest every angle, and that's going to be the Shayun taking the score. Heck yeah. Now we get into this third set, 1 point up for Heat Flip. Yeah,
we'll see how it's gonna be panning out. The barriers both drop pretty fast here as the attack still is being built. Big Smoke with that Estelle keeping the core up, but Dr. Treason not able to get it past Silvio right now, which is really nice for the side of Keep the Flip. The Mako ultimate coming through. The Tofu Fortress coming through. The flip is going to come out in time, though, just barely. As again, Dr. Treason trying to get it past. But Silvio and Teidus are just doing a good job together defensively there, making it difficult for them to get the core through. But in the end, Dr. Treason with the strike range is going to be able to find it past Teidus. And this is going to put this set into an even state. And even though the game, if you're looking at the set scores, it would look very Smoking Lucio favored. I feel like to Keep the Flip is just going to continue to scale and continue to get more opportunities the longer we go on in this game.
I agree completely. I do think that Keep the Flip has the far greater snowball potential, right? But I mean, look at that! You know, that was some very good Jedi Mind Tricks, mind control, getting that double barrier. Good secondary from Lucio is going to keep the core alive for now. Great strike from Teidus, not going to find anything. Shen Shu with a great presence is going to intimidate the heck out of Lucio, and so not being able to interact with that core and still Silvio.
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 Although that might be a European buff, because Silvio I do believe is just a straight up like name, not spelled that way, but that I do see every once in a while. I don't know if it's common in NA. But anyways, barrier drops. Teidus holding the core hostage there for a little bit of fun, as it does find its way out. Lucio trying to stay alive as Shu is just running up, flip coming out, gets a double barrier. Really excellent play from Keep the Flip there to get both of them. Teidus has a flip here as well, as Shu is taking a lot of damage from the side of Dr. Treason, but does stay alive. The core being sent up front now. We're getting closer and closer to overtime, and that's exactly where this Juno's going to thrive even more with this hotshot. So we'll see if it's going to come into play. The dash punch just barely missing the core. Lucio being very careful here not to be taken out by the Shu, because the point is still very much alive. To bounce off the middle drum, actually repositioning Dr. Treason somewhere where they probably didn't want him to be, but the attack very much still alive for the side of Smoking Lucio. As the dash punch comes through, no KO found from it, but the strike shot sends it forward pretty swiftly. The Mako ultimate coming out there. The core falling into Silvio's hands there. The Shu trying to position himself for a nice little dash punch, but Big Smoke just completely in the way of it. Now Dr. Treason in a 1v1 will win out on that. Dubu's gonna be good in that, but the KO gets found. The Shu stopping the core, and the redirect from the ultimate sends it south. And that is really, really nice for Keep the Flip, because you still have a lot of high-value awakenings in this draft, and your Juno is going to be the first pick for it.
The Shu! Let's go! That was a great heads-up play. I love seeing the ultimate used like that from Juliet. She has some of my favorite abilities in the game, so very happy to see some core stop being used there. That's going to be extra special onto the Juno now. I'm honestly not sure if it's a great ability on Juno having extra special.
It is pretty good. It is pretty good because it continues to generate more blobos continuously, just always. Yeah. And that's exactly what you want, right? You want to make it as difficult as possible for the enemy to play on the core, and having blobos all the time is going to do that. And on the other side also, it's a great deny off of the Dubu, of course. Like, you don't want that on Dubu ever. The core does sneak its way past there, unfortunately, but I feel like the biggest pickup that we've seen this time around almost has to be the heavy impact for the Shu, which is just going to mean, hey, look, there's even more snowball potential. You do have a second spark on Big Smoke, but I feel like the heavy impact together with Stinger as well from Teidus is just going to give a lot more KO presence to the side of Keep the Flip.
I am a big fan of that analysis. Yeah, no, introducing as many more blobos as you can, that sounds so very important. And yes, I'm a big believer in this heavy impact. More KOs is more snowball, is more ad rush. That is going to be a great clear coming out from Mako, but unfortunately it is not going to be enough to keep their life. Dr. Treason in front of net, some 2v2 action in the bottom there during the power play. Dr. Treason gets to keep their flip and climb the score. And now this is Smoking Lucio up top. Now they want to close out this game before that momentum, that snowballing can really find its potential, but there is still plenty of time left in this game for Keep the Flip to find a KO and really snowball their way to a 1-0.
Yeah, most definitely. Yeah, I mean, the point's not over at this point, right? They're gonna have to continue to find these angles. Defense holding strong from the side of Keep the Flip, but actually the Shu taking a lot of damage here, making it a bit difficult to stand where he wants to. Has to go for the orb. Meanwhile, the defense from the side of Keep the Flip holding strong, but Big Smoke there to cover the clear. And a pass up to Dr. Treason surely will do it, and they will. Teidus is not able to get there in time. And with clinical precision, Smoking Lucio will find themselves this first game victory on Taiko Temple.
Yeah, just really pushing their momentum from last game, right? They came off of a very strong, very good showing against the team of Baguette Boys, and they want the run back, right? And they are showing it here against this team of Keep the Flip, who they have their own things to prove, right? I believe, yeah, this is the first time that they are facing off against Keep the Flip Smoking Lucio here in this final selection bracket. So these are teams that haven't really been introduced to each other yet in this bracket, but They're going to fill each other out. They're going to figure out what they're going to have to do to make some adjustments. And I do believe Keep the Flip can get that momentum going to really give Smoking Lucio, you know, a run for their money. Bring us to that Amy's app game, right?
Yeah, that is going to be the third game. But before that, we get a little bit more standardized European Omega Strikers content, aka Atlas's Lab. I'm currently looking at it as well because Smoking Lucio came through from the first selection, meanwhile Keep the Flip from the second, and yes, there is actually a little bit of history between the two of them because Smoking Lucio beat out Keep the Flip in selection 1, so Smoking Lucio qualified through Keep the Flip to make it here. So there's a bit of lore there already. But as of right now, Smoking Lucio are putting themselves in that advantageous position, going up a game, and I mean, in their hopes, closing it out with the next game on AtLab. Now, going into AtLab, do you have any ideas where the priors could be? Because looking at how the game went, right, you had Dr. Treason on the Dubu, which actually was a real menace to be dealing with, but it's difficult to really counteract that because you also don't want to be banning it. Maybe it is also an angle for the side of Keep the Flip to start following the footprints of the Baguette Boys and just take out the Estelle. Do you think anything like that is going to happen, or do you have maybe even another idea in mind?
I do think...
Oh, what are these awakenings?
Yeah, it is Hotshot at Adrenaline Rush, and I think that is going to play a big factor here. I do think, again, that Juno's going to be contended. I do believe that Smoking Lucio, they are blue side. They are going to be taking blue side, right? So that is potential for a Juno first pick that could be huge for just keeping up their momentum and also taking out a pick from Silvio, who wants that pick. I can imagine a world where that Estelle is banned, but you know, they must have felt good reason to ban that Atlas, right? They have that lore. If they got knocked out from this team, they might remember very bitterly how they could not score on an Atlas, perhaps. So that might be what is taking focus, and that might just leave Big Smoke with the option: do I go Juno, do I go Estelle? Since it is that hotshot start, we might just see the Estelle being put to the side in favor of grabbing that Juno. And it does look like Smoking Lucio going to be banning that Kazan Deshu, not going to be allowed to play that, but that does open up the door. There's a lot to go with here, right? Deshu already showed that they're not afraid to play that Julie, take that Pummelers, take that Ad Rush, and oh my goodness, the respect Dr. Treason just got put on his name.
I just laughed out because it's a We Ban Dubu, and then it's like the X open bracket smiley, like incredibly dissatisfied with it. So Dubu ban coming out, which means Dr. Treason for the first time today forced off of that Dubu pick, not able to pull through on that. So we'll see how that's going to come through. But yeah, you said it's a hotshot Adrenaline Rush start. There's a lot of things that he can go with. Adrenaline Rush just can be a incredible KO farming tool, right? I'm thinking about the shoe again on the Julie, which can do quite a bit of work. I'm thinking about the midfield that he said, right? Estelle, Juno. If you are the side of Smoking Lucio, you can get yourself a priority on that. But it's still fine for the side of Keep the Flip because you can just handshake it, you know? Oh, you're going Juno? We're going Estelle. I'm fine with that. If you're going Estelle, oh, I'm going Juno. I'm fine with that. Because both of them are really great with Hotshot and really good with keeping control of and making use of Hotshot and keeping control of the core itself. And also, as someone's already said, Zen time, also very valid. We're on AtLab. We have an Adrenaline Rush start. You can just also say, you know what? I don't care about any of that Hotshot shenanigans. I'm just going to take the enemy out. I'm just going to lock in, like, I don't know, Finny, Amy, Zentaro, or something like that. And then it's difficult, you know?
I mean, I am so excited. I mean, we saw Dr. Treason on the Zen earlier, right? Gold border, you know, has the hype innovation when he scores, right? Like, this is a Zentaro player that is well seasoned, so it could very well be that's what's going to be played out here. So I'm wondering what the side of Keep the Flip is going to do in response, right? There's so many options, I think, available to both teams, right? Like, this should be a very exciting game. I think we should see some pretty fun stuff coming out here. So I'm excited. Atlas Lab, you know, it's the power of Ad Rush Hotshot to make any match just a little bit more exciting, a little bit more tense, right? So, as we see, Big Smoke, okay. Oh, no, this is still pre-pit phase, but we are hovering the Estelle, we are hovering the Zentaro, and we are hovering the Atlas, right? Not banned this time, so there goes the Kazan bans on the side of smoking Lucio, and of course, keep the flip. They banned out the Dubu, so back on Dr. Treason's name. We'll see. I am keeping my eyes peeled for these picks on the keep the flip side.
Yeah, and actually I feel like I lied for fun a little bit, because I believe in the last series, Dr. Treason did play a Zentaro game on the Super Search start, so I'm actually pretty confident this is going to be a Zentaro, unless it's getting picked away. But Big Smoke locking in the Estelle, saying, you know what, I'm getting another hotshot game, I'm getting another freebie at this pick, I'll just run it back and I'll just show you why you shouldn't be giving it to me. As the two picks are coming through for the side of Keep the Flip, and they're going Asher Juno. So they're just saying, you know what, you try to KO us all you want, we're just gonna run you down with core speed, we're gonna run you down with force. Now, Teidus does have an Asher in net as well, I believe, so still pretty open if this is gonna go into the brawler position or if this is gonna go into net. I can imagine both. It's gonna go into the brawler position, so it's gonna be the Shu up front with the Asher, gonna be just over-forcing the defense, but unfortunately, for the side to Keep the Flip, Lucio still had an Atlas. And Lucio, Atlas into Asher, I prefer that matchup a lot, personally. So we'll have to see how it's going to pan out, as not a single person has gone Adrenaline Rush. So we're just going to play core speed only this game.
And you know what? That's not that bad. I mean, especially on this Estelle, this Juno pickup, right? Both are strikers that very greatly favor having Hotshot. They both can send the core incredibly fast with their primaries. So I'm not surprised there, and you know what? I'm thinking, I could go for KOs, or I could try to keep up with this red core speed, keep up with the cooldowns that people are going to be receiving from this item. So, you know, I am not surprised here. I'm excited to see some fast scores. As soon as overtime hits, pay attention. We've got 20 seconds left. The score is going to be going nuclear, or however, you know, that's said. It is going to go fast.
It's gonna go very fast, and as of right now, the second barrier gets taken off of Keep the Flip's defense here, as the dash from Dr. Treason almost gets a goal in, but the defense holds strong. The Shu trying to move up here, and that's kind of going to be the weakness of the Shu here on the Mako, on the Asher. You're going to be very slow. So you're just going to have to hope either A, your midfielder and goalies are holding down the defense well enough, or you're going to have to move back and assist, and if you do that, it's going to be really tough as the Sad Boys angle comes through. Very unfortunate there. But Sylvia does have a flip available to them. The core also gets thrown back. Again, we're already in overtime. Core is going red all the time thanks to the hotshot. As the flip does come through, the Shu now trying to get the core pass, but I feel like it's just such a difficult mismatch for the Shu, especially if you're playing from range into the Atlas. I have a really hard time seeing how the Shu is going to be able to get this core past Lucio's defense there.
This is going to be very hard, but with a great parry off the flip, strikes it in, sends it into the bottom. Lucio it took one sequence for the Shu to really walk all over. One just unfortunate execution error is all it took for the Asher to take advantage of you, and that while the defensive capabilities are so strong, the Asher is so very good at taking advantage of one slip-up. So he is just going to be playing on your downfall, and that is going to have to be what Lucio is hoping to do. Take as few interactions with the Shu as possible, and Atlas excels for that. So, as we are getting into this next point, though, the Mako Ultra does come out, flip in front of the net, uses the expanse up in the top corner, and that is going to be a very quick 2 points now. First one was overtime. This one didn't even reach 30 seconds. Shu keep the flip up in this set.
Keep the flip, not keeping the flip at that point, just securing the point with it. And I'm sure I've said that probably at least once before already. But we'll see how it's gonna pan out. There is a double barrier take now for the side of the Smoking Lucio as they're trying to get the skull in. Obviously, in their interest, again, they want to close out the series soon. They want to finish it as soon as they can, which means not trying giving a single set to the side of Keep the Flip here. But as of right now, it's looking pretty good for Keep the Flip. They do get one barrier. They do almost get a second one. The Juno gonna create that pressure, but not gonna be able to burst through Lucio's defense there as Big Smoke and Dr. Treason are trying to set themselves up, trying to get it past Teidus, but the defense holds strong. The core gets caught by the Mach ultimate, but an unfortunate bounce. It went to the left before it did to the right, and due to that, it did go in the net. Very unfortunate, but still the side of Keep the Flip one goal ahead in this position, and they're just one away from taking the set as a whole.
Oh, that was so cool. I saw a world where it just keeps hitting that perfect angle in that little triangle that it created. Just boom, 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 boom. But unfortunately, yep, it does go in left, right, and in. Unfortunately, Silvio looking very low now. That is, Smoking Lucio does take their first point of this set, looking to get the momentum, does have flips to make it happen, but both barriers do go down, and Teidus does have a flip. Big Smoke going to use theirs. Teidus going to use theirs as well. It's like vomiting. Once one person does it, everyone wants to do it. Now, down into the gravity well, Big Smoke going to get popped with it, not going to take too much damage. Silvio through the slime. The primary does have the flip. The Blobos are going to take just a little bit too long to get to where they want to go in the net, and that is going to leave Lucio enough time now in front of the net of Teidus. Still has a barrier up. Need to be taking that Dr. Treason barrier. Gravity well does come up, and that is going to be Zentaro being sniped out. Goodbye. You hate to see it if you are Zentaro. The dash does get you killed so often. Now that is a power play for Keep the Flip. They could take the set right now. Silvio has the flip, wants to get involved. The Shoe is looking for a way to potentially get possession of the core, and a strike is going to go wide. Teidus using the Empower Strike on nothing. Its barrier is going to go down for the net. Have two of them. The Shoe is all it is going to take. Silvio will be keeping the flip.
Yeah, winning this first set, getting a Juno first pick, which is going to be interesting. Maybe a Dash Awakening, maybe some raw movement speed. Primetime also being a pretty valid pickup here, so curious to see where that is going to be taken by the side of Silvio. As the first pick does come through, and it's going to be the Primetime, taking that away from Atlas. Also a really good pickup for the Juno, themselves as well. As Size finds its way onto the Shoe, which is going to help this Asher a lot. Obviously not a lot of movement speed in this one, as Sports Vengeance also denied from the Zentaro, and again, an incredible pickup for something like a Mako. I feel like it's difficult for the side of Smoking Lucio to get a winning draft out of this position, and they did as good as they could, because they do get some survivability, some size, they get a spark, but it's all long-term investments, more so than immediate value.
Yeah, I am worried about this recovery drone, right? This Asher's gotten so big, and already we were having some difficulty keeping up with her. Already, I believe she has innate size, but wow, what a beautiful little bounce. It's going to secure both barriers, and that is going to be a KO. That is off of the back of that recovery drone size increase. The primary giving you just a little bit more punch to your power there with your primary on Asher. It's bigger, so you go farther. But Silvio now with the core. Lucio does respond, puts it into the energy generator, and unfortunately we're going to be generating the core into the back of our net. You hate to see it on Atlas. That is just one of the worst feelings you could have.
Yeah, most definitely. It happens a bit too often as well, because it's usually just like a very small like timing thing that's just really like annoying whenever it does happen. But what's more annoying is another Sad Boys angle actually. Yes, Big Smoke does, and another one that doesn't quite hit the core, the barrier. The defense from Keep the Flip still being alive. The barrier does now drop in the end, as Big Smoke will have a flip after a few interactions as well. Maybe can use that to try to score in this open goal. Dealing a lot of damage onto the Shoe, but the flip comes through. Teidus not able to walk up in time and get that core. This evens out the current set to 1-1.
Yeah, that was, I mean, I love the kind of intimidation play, right? You have it set up in the corner there with the flip. You make Teidus guess where you're going to send it, right? They have to commit, and the moment you see weakness, the moment you see them think, oh, maybe they can send it down, straight shot into the corner. Great stuff. Double barrier already going down on the side of Smoking Lucio, and this is Keep the Flip running with their momentum, trying to take it back, strike ward, trying with the Crystal Thorns, but it does not matter. Estella is gone. Power play now for the side of Keep the Flip, and some good patience from the shoe. Logs before, sends it down, slimes. There could have been anything that happened to it. Nope, just going to walk with it, strike it in, and take the point. Well executed power play on the side of keep the flip.
Yeah, and to still have a flip available for TaeDeuce pretty soon as well, so looking pretty good for them as it stands. As of course going to be sent to the top side here. Lucio, though, there defensively as Dr. Treason's taking a lot of damage. The Atlas ultimate coming through to help with that a little bit, but Dr. Treason not getting any healing from it. And now it's just on cooldown, which opens the door for the Deshu just to try to get the KO through. But obviously, Van Braces is a funny gear, and Treason almost immediately up to full HP as one barrier now drops. Deshu still on the attack here with Asher, obviously so good at chopping it from a close range like that, but Silvio being a bit too far out to really assist from the back there. TaeDeuce sends it up front again. Big Smoke trying to get it up to Dr. Treason, but not quite able to do so. Dr. Treason, though, with a beautiful dash, finds a KO, punishes TaeDeuce's positioning there, and that's likely going to go in, as no one can really get that core that's bouncing through the bottom. We're at a 0.5 in the second set.
I know, a very good find on Dr. Treason there. The dash, and I believe into flip, right, is what ended up KOing TaeDeuce. And that is going to be maybe just a little bit of the difference in the spark of strength, right? Just allowed a little bit more Nocturne power to enable that KO, and that could be huge. Almost gets another one, finds it on Deshu. Would not have been the end of the world, does have the recovery drone, but still, Dr. Treason is looking for those, and we know very comfortable on the pick. Could be finding their first play into the set, but fight back from Deshu says, I can KO you too. Takes out Dr. Treason now, power play. Asher getting in front of the net. This Silvio on the Juno has the flip down. Both barriers do go down. Juno in front of your net. This core is going to go flying using the flip from Big Smoke. Dr. Treason is back on the field. Silvio with the flip down into the corner. Going for the dash on Lucio, who has a flip of their own, is going to want to use it here. Asher in front of your net. No abilities to abuse that. Tries to get to the primary, not going to find it. Ashley's primary coming out. And a great shot from Silvio, almost stopped by Dr. Treason, but we stopped moving a little bit too soon. Thought the core was in. Didn't think we had options left, but Dr. Treason fighting until the end. Unfortunately, not enough, and that is going to be keep the flip, taking the set. Juno once again set MVP. But like we said earlier, all of the nobody took 1-2 punch, so it could have been back in the pool, but not this time. So.
Yeah, we will see the aerials gonna fall down to Dr. Treason, which I would have imagined to be denied away from, but actually it does make sense. Second peak performance, because Big Smoke already has bulk up. You don't want to give both of them. Monumentalist being denied off of the Atlas here, although he's gonna be pretty happy with getting team player. Castellass, not the optimal pickup for Mako, as her buff duration doesn't really last much as long on its own anyways. She just kind of buffs for the duration that she's drumming for, but even then it's kind of alright, as we're now looking at keep the flip almost immediately running in there again, and the ultimate from Asher with a Monumentalist almost completely taking out Big Smoke. The Atlas ultimate has to come through to even keep them alive there, as the attack is still being built. Dr. Treason with a nice play, gets it past TaeDeuce. The attack still very much there. The ultimate from Centauro will actually get the KO there, as Silvio gets a clear out there and holding it down defensively. So Lucio trying to get involved as well, but does need to be a bit careful not to leave too big of a gap, because if you do, maybe the core flies through that and takes her barrier. But now TaeDeuce back on the field, gives that movement speed buff to the side of the Deshu and Silvio, as they're now trying to regain an attack here.
I really appreciate some of the execution coming out here from the defense. There are so many things that are like kind of knowledge checky that I am seeing here, right? That we are playing around, and it makes me so proud. A great KO from this shoot, dash into flip. It's going to be a power play. Walking with the flip again, down to Lucio, who has been in this situation a couple times now, is prepared, but the Blavo in front of the net tries to find a way out using the primary. It was not enough. Silvio with the flip. There's so much to play around, especially when Asher is coming in to choke you out. So just a well-played execution from the offense on the side of the keep the flip. And they are in this to win this. The Mako secondary is flying. Deshu is space gliding, taking both barriers. Open net now. Juno Slime's getting a lot of chaos introduced here, using the primary in front of the net. Lucio does not die, but that is a Blavo in the wings waiting around, and a great score is going to be found. And now this is keep the flip up at their potential match point, a 3-0 in this game too. We might just be going to Omni Zap.
We might just be going to Amy's app if this is keeping up, because Keep the Flip are just playing so convincingly right now. The side of Smoking Lucio just don't really seem to have an answer for what is going on right now. And that's a bit scary, right? Because if that's what happens when you don't have Dubu on Dr. Treason, that might be a winning strategy for future games as well. So we'll see if it's going to happen or not. One barrier down now on the side of Keep the Flip. Tejdus does have the flip defensively if they do want to use it, but doesn't really have the pressure on them that they need to at this point. Atlas Ultimate coming through to give some of that HP back as Silvio just doing so much work in that midfield with these bubbles, keeping the core up. Almost gets it past Lucio, but Lucio is able to recover in time. Jumps up as well. Top barrier now under attack. Mako Ultimate coming through to Shu again, trying to be everywhere with this Asher, just being that force that he cannot get past. As the foil barrier under attack, but again, it's just being held on by Lucio, doing such a good job for now to keep everything alive. But the core control is still very clearly on the side of Keep the Flip. They get one barrier now. Almost can get a second one here. Core is going to go incredibly fast now. We're in overtime. We have hotshot on every single team member here. So I cannot imagine that this is going to be too controlled because, you know, you see it yourself. Great flip from Tejdus. Will hold on to that barrier for now, though.
Hey Deuce, I am so impressed with that play. That was a great flip. Reaction, saw the right core, pressed at just the right time, and is keeping this barrier. A great last second strike from Lucio is going to keep this barrier. These teams want to stay alive here. One wants to end this out, to go to the next game. One doesn't want it to be over yet, but all these Juno Blobos are going to be too much. The Asher Ultimate in front of the net. Silvio does have the flip, could use it at any time. This core is going so red. Dr. Treason has a flip as well. Might use it here, does use it there. Silvio with the flip down to Deshu, who was ready, waiting, used the Asher primary, is going to send it through, and all of the wind is out of the sails of Smoking Lucio as they are taking it out here. Now, 1-1, they have another game left, they have another chance, but the momentum has shifted. Keep the Flip looking great out there, taking this game too.
Yeah, very convincing. I was not a believer of the team comp, I'll be honest, but Silvio just really made that work in the midfield, making such a doing such a good job at just like using that hotshot and just being everywhere, building that pressure, and making it so difficult for the side of Smoking Lucio to defend this properly. And honestly, my mind is just already in the next game because we're going to app. We're going to Amy's app more specifically. So I don't know. I don't know where the priorities are for these players, because app obviously has some very insanely good picks on it. You have Rasmus, you have Julie, you have Drakkar, you have so much that he can be working with. I don't know who has these characters in their arsenal in this game, though. I know Deshu has a Julie, but that could just be banned away. Dr. Treason has a Dubu, which I know you wouldn't think of it like that, but the way Dr. Treason plays it would also work well on Amy's app, right? You're gonna be playing for KO threats, you're gonna be playing for KOs in that regard. So maybe that's also a ban to be considered. Maybe you're just taking out the Rasmus because Rasmus on a base level is really strong, but then I don't know who's playing it in here. So very, very excited to see where these teams are gonna be going for this draft. Because, you know, it's a bit all up in the air, I feel like.
All up in the air indeed, and I believe we are going to be seeing Keep the Flip taking blue pick for this third game. This could be this is a very important decision, right? You're thinking, do I go for the first pick on Amy's app, or do I to secure like one of the powerhouse champions, the strikers, or do we go red side and have our choice of two? While they might not be like your SSR picks, they are still very like S tier picks, right? Because they're, like you say, there is so much that you can. You're kidding. You are kidding. I'm sorry. You have to know. For a third time, Hot Shot will be played. Hot Shot built different. Your awakenings. We see some pleading in the chat in this draft room right now, saying, "Can we please re-roll? Not another Hot Shot. Help! Help!" That is what the people want. Even the live audience here in studio is begging for it, but both teams do have to agree. And we are waiting now for their answer on this Hot Shot. We agree? We agree.
Okay.
We're not
I think it's getting
re-rolled for
re-rolled.
the third time. We are not. It is gone. This core will not be going. Could you imagine the world? Could you?
I'm trying to figure out if maybe Lucio's like generator link is just kind of like, you know, it's got some cookie settings or something in it that just makes him roll hotshot each time. Again, for like competitive understanding, it's not Keep the Flip complained after Smoking Lucio rolled it 3 times. Smoking Lucio themselves complained. How is it hotshot again? So it's not that someone's like match fixing these awakenings. It's just really unlikely situations that just happen to happen again.
It's unbelievable.
So yeah, we'll see. It's looking like a build of prize fighter start. Yeah, so build of prize fighter, which, to be fair, right? Like, oh my god, it's not hotshot anymore. Yippee! It's prize fighter and Amy Zap. I don't know if I'm happy about that.
No, I'm not. I like, honestly, if I've both teams, I'm like, maybe we go back to the hot shot. Maybe we just
I don't know about that one.
Stick with hot shot. Well, I do, no matter what. I mean, we're still at built diff, which is good. Prize fighter though. Prize fighter. On this, okay, so we are going to ban the Dubu again, once again, with the little X eyes frowny face. You know, this Dr. Treason was Dr. Trauma for these players on the Dubu, because that hamster is not being unleashed. And of course, Kazam ban, you know, keeping it in fashion to Shu, not being able to play that, but that leaves all of the power picks up. Sloth, all of the power Amy Zap characters, strikers are left up. So who do you think is, I mean, we've got blue side, right, of Keep the Flip. So it's very possible they just frame one. You know what? Maybe they frame one to Juliet, give it to the Shu, yeah?
Yeah, I'm personally believing that's going to be the case. You're going to, like, I believe Keep the Flip is going to go for a Julie because the Shu's just really good on it. It's prize fighter, right? It's like the most snowbally way you can start playing this game. And I'm more curious about what Keep the Flip is going to be answering. Because not Keep the Flip, Smoking Luki is going to be answering. Because I don't know their character pools to that detail. I don't know if they have a Rasmus. I don't know if they have a Drakkar. And even though conceptually those would be good picks, if you cannot play it, it's not a good pick anymore. Right? Like the entire base of like competitive play is like, you can be as theoretically perfect as possible. If you cannot execute a pick, then it's not a good pick. Then you're just going to have to find ways around it. So even though I on a personal level with my own team would love to be Smoking Lucio here because we're getting 2 out of the 3 power picks on this map, I don't know if they can pilot those picks. And if they cannot pilot those picks, you're actually looking at a pretty difficult situation to be playing out because you're almost guaranteed to give Julie to Keep the Flip and there's nothing you can do about it. The only way that doesn't happen is if Keep the Flip doesn't want to pick the Julie for themselves. And even in that situation, I also don't know if you play the Julie. I just know the Shu plays the Julie. That's the only thing I know out of the 3 power picks, that being the Juliet, the Rasmus, the Drakkar. That's the only one I know that the Shu is able to pilot a Julie. So it's gonna be interesting to see how Smoking Luki is gonna be approaching this. There's also very much an angle of saying, you know what? We know what the map is. We know how the map works. We're just gonna disregard that KO kind of aim, and we're just gonna play for the control aspect of it. We're just gonna lock in something like a Juno again. We're just trying to overwhelm you and control, you know? So, yeah. But players are getting ready, so we should be able to start hopefully soon, as we're doing the last few checks, I believe. But, yeah, curious to see how this is gonna go.
I am curious myself already on this side. We might be getting into game here very soon. And you know what? I was doing a little bit of sleuthing. I was curious. There is a player here who's quite comfortable on the Drakkar. So, and I might spoil it for you just a little bit. They had their Dubu banned, so we might see that coming out. We could see. I took a little peek at their character mastery stats at OmegaStrikers.gg. Shout out, but also shout out to, you know, ClarionCorp.net, the best stats website that you could have for Omega Strikers. Shout out. But there is a possibility of Drakkar going on to Reason here, Dr. Reason. So
which does make a lot of sense, right? If you're thinking about how that Dubu is being played, it does make sense to me. That would be a pick that they would be able to pilot. But we're actually looking at the others right now, and the Shu's going for the Rasmus, which again, I mean, we know Rasmus Amy's app. I don't think you've seen the memes, you've seen the jokes. It's like the oldest thing in the world. Like, oh, the Rasmus on Amy's app is good. Shocker. Who would have guessed? And it's going to be the first pick as well. So that is going to be the shoe, hopefully fishing for as many KOs as possible and hopefully getting these prize fighter stacks up as fast as possible, as we're going to see what the answer is going to be. It's going to be Atlas Juno. So yeah, they're just going to say, you know what, you're playing your KO game in the middle. I'm going to be playing the control game. I'm going to say, you know, we have an Atlas. Whenever you get hooked, I'll just res. You know, I'm going to deny as many kills as possible. Meanwhile, we're going to pick something like a Juno in the midfield that's going to be creating a lot of pressure. That's going to be difficult for Teidus to deal with. And our forward pick could be something KO related, but I'm not sure where Dr. Treason's going to go with this. It's going to go for the Asher pick. It's like a budget Julie on this map. You're not going to be finding a lot of kills with it, but it's still possible. And even then, you're going Asher into Mako. I feel like it's actually a pretty decent matchup for yourself. So even though going into the game, I would absolutely love to be keep the flip here in terms of team comp. Again, you never know how it's actually going to pan out, as we only have 2 prize fighters, and that's like the opposite of what I expected. Wait, God. What's going on?
Whoa, Fluff. That was a hate crime. I don't think you can do that under like the damn laws that you have out there. Like, I think that was evil. You spawned in the primary from Big Smoke, smoked the shoe, sent him back, returned to the shoes, and Dr. Treason found a beautiful KO on Silvio, showed this lizard, hey, this is our planet, know your place, and oh my goodness, a great showing from Smokey Lucio, coming out here strong, showing this, you know, Drakkar Rasmus comp that, hey, watch out, we can KO you too.
Yeah, most definitely. The saving grace for the side of Keep the Flip is that their comp really gets alive once you start hitting that level 2, once the shoe has a hook, once Silvio has a Molten Bolt to be going and trying to farm kills with. But this is obviously a really bad start for you at the beginning, because that means Silvio also lost that initial prize fighter stack that he did have, which means you're going to have to start stacking that up again. The shoe, again, still struggling to get core interaction, as he's not level 2 just yet, probably a few strikes away from it at this point, as they're trying to get this barrier, but again, just not finding it. Does have the hook now, so probably starts to look for KOs in that department, but right now needs to be careful not to be taken out outright as the hook comes through. But that is the other thing, and that's a reason, by the way, why with some people that I've talked to, I know some people that believe that Juliet is actually a really valid counter pick into Rasmus. Why would it be? Well, because Rasmus has to be close to the black hole to find a KO. And Juliet's just gonna continuously play on the side of Rasmus and just gonna dash punch him whenever he's trying to find a hook. And that happened exactly there. The shoe was getting a little bit too greedy to get a hook off on Dr. Treason, and Big Smoke just walked up behind him and just tossed the blubble at him, and there you go.
There you go. I know we're just coming off of a kind of anti-Rasmus propaganda, but I want to give even more anti-Rasmus propaganda. I personally think that is the reason why midfield Rasmus is so much more valuable, because you are going to be behind the hole there in the center a little bit more often. It just makes it a little bit easier to find those hooks. It does not matter. The shoe's going to find the hook, showing Big Smoke a little bit of love in the KO center hole, while Dr. Treason, you know, tale that we've seen here played out many times, does manage to find their way around Teidus, and is just going to assert a little bit of dominance, taking the first MVP slot here for first pick in this draft.
Yeah, we do have a specialized training, which obviously the shoe would love to get. The question is it going to be denied, or are they going to say, you know what, you haven't found a hook so far, I don't think you're going to find another one anyways. And that's kind of like the call out at this point, because you're giving them that specialized training. There's no way you're giving Missile Prop to Drek, as Missile Prop's also a really good pickup for Lucio himself. And then I feel like the side of Smoking Lucio just has gotten a lot of like consistent stats. They got some HP, they got some movement speed, they got the range on the Atlas, which is really nice. On the other hand, you still have really good pickups for the side of Keep the Flip, and again, notably that specialized training, it's just so good. But if the hooks don't land, it's a dead awakening. And I feel like that's exactly what Smoking Lucio is playing for. They're saying, you know what, you can have it, you're likely not gonna hit them the way you want to anyways.
Exactly, it is, you know, kind of story. So, oh my god, what a hook. And now the power play is equalized, right? The shoe being taken out, those stacks being taken away very quickly. So Silvio does respond now, and we're going to be seeing Dr. Treason back on the board soon, but there's just, stacks is such a dangerous awakening to take here, in my opinion. You know, things can go south so very quickly, and Hook is going to be actually saved out by the Corp. Big Smoke, just their life saved by this wonderful run of defense. Asher in front of your great strike from K-Deuce, and they are both going to be put in the cage now. Possession given to Deshu and Silvio. Not going to find anything up to Silvio. Great diagonal, actually good decision making. Now, oh, does get Deshu, and now that is going to be a little bit too excited on the secondary. Sends it back to K-Deuce. We're just going to call that a beautiful back pass. Trying to find a way. Does get out the flip from Lucio. Silvio trying to get involved. Not going to be enough. Does get the multi-bolt on Dr. Treason, who is going to be ticked away. Is going to restore their HP, though. The second bar is going to regen. Silvio up to shoot. Great pass. Big Smoke is not ready for it. Tries to hook Lucio out of the way, and the barrier does go down. Finally, now a barrier down, and this could be what the side of Keep the Flip is looking for, as Silvio finds the goal in the bottom corner there. Gets it through Lucio, and Big Smoke having the shotgun ready for any sort of interference.
Yeah, that is exactly the impact that you're getting off of Erasmus if the hooks do land, right? And that's the risk you're taking. And I've seen both sides already, right? I've seen people giving the Erasmus and be completely fine with it. Also talking about KO again, Silvio with a beautiful combination there, just finding that KO and finding a prize fighter stack for it. But yeah, I've seen both sides. I've seen even at the highest level of plays, you know, I've seen people give the Erasmus and it goes terribly wrong. I still remember 3 German draft in USL Season 2 where they went Amy's and they gave Rasmus, and yeah, it just really didn't go that great. But I've also seen the opposite happen, where the Rasmus just wasn't really able to get himself involved the way he wanted to, and then it was just really difficult to play it out. And as it stands right now, Keep the Flip are finding their groove here, because they're not only finding KOs, they're also finding ways around the defense.
Finding ways around, indeed. Very well played. The shoe's just standing in all of the right places, you know, it's just very enabled. As soon as they get the tumbler speed from finding a KO, that's all they need. But right now, the shoe's not really being able to get involved, but with some flips being popped, does manage to get possession, is now fishing for a hook, does use it on Dr. Treason. We were hoping that it was a little bit powerful enough to get him dead, but it is going to go down eventually. Now, Slavo does come out, power play, the dash is going to not leave Lucio out to dry, but up to the top corner of the shoe, just so efficient at tracking the movement of the core, knowing the flow of the game, and does find it in that top corner, giving Keep the Flip the set, up by 3-0 even. So it is Smoking Lucio's game to come back into.
Yeah, Keep the Flip just has the snowball, and if they can get it going once, it's going to be really difficult. Talking about keeping it going, Deadeye, I feel like the Rasmus hook needs to even just borderline connect at this point and go like even so slightly close to the black hole, or the hole in the middle. And that's going to be a KO for sure, as the 1-2 punch vertical car is also going to help Silvio with finding KOs. That is going to be the very clear game plan for Keep the Flip. Take him out as much as possible and then just win off of advantages. On the other hand, you get a bulk up peak performance to a combination on Big Smoke now, so a lot of damage and a lot of movement speed on the Juno, but again, that doesn't really help you if you're just going to get pushed off the edge, as another hook gets found for the shoe here, and a power play is very much alive. It's just so punishing, that positioning. If you're even just a little bit off, either you're walking into it with a car shotgun that just shoots you right into the middle, or you're getting hooked across the black hole, the middling hole, and you're just out cold like that. So the barrier is gone now. Dr. Treason trying to find his way into it, as for the second time or third time even, Big Smoke just finds a KO with the Juno Blobos due to mispositioning. Again, the mispositioning goes both ways. Keep the Flip has a bit of a better way of executing on it, but if you're just walking in front of the middle hole and Big Smoke has a blob up, you're being KO'd.
It is so, especially goodbye to that guy. I'm not even gonna let that faze me anymore. It's so much easier as well because the shoe opted to go for the build different, right? The size is a little bit bigger, so those Blobos can detect the hitbox just a little bit easier, finding those KOs, right? It was something that I was weighing, right, for the shoe. Do we want to take the prize fighter, or do we want to take the build different? Build different feels so good. Goodbye to the shoe. Feels so good on Rasmus, right? You want that size, it enables you so much. But having Prize Fighter means that you can find these KOs so much better, and you're not at risk of taking, you know, a lot of knockback into the center hole because of your size. Now that is both barriers open, the power play is fired, another power play starts again, and this time it is going to be Silvio who is going to be finding the KO onto Big Smoke. And this is power play on the other direction. We go up to the top, not going to find the clear just yet as Silvio does use that speed boost. Almost another KO on the Big Smoke as they respawn. Dr. Trees now in front of them, and they do to Deshu down to Big Smoke's area of influence. Great strike shot for Lucio is going to be stopped by Silvio with the Drakkar primary, the shotgun.
That was like the most elaborate and beautiful passing play I've seen in a hot minute. I don't know how much of it was intentional, but it kind of just went through the entire team comp from smoking Lucio so perfectly that they couldn't really do anything about it. So very well deserving point of them, but yeah, I mean, by the way, Silvio is sitting on 3 prize fighter stacks already, 1 away from being maxed out. Very, very scary as the core almost gets into a dangerous position there, but still stays alive. The Molten Bolt coming out to get some of that speed off of Big Smoke, almost finds a KO with it as well. The Shoes hook should be coming up pretty soon as well, so we'll see if that's going to find a target as Dr. Treason tries to wait up front, but Big Smoke and Lucio just cannot get the core out of Silvio and the Shuyu as the hook takes away Lucio, and with all of that power on it, Deadeye specialized trainings, Lucio's being taken for a hike as he's just being pulled to almost on top of the shoe with all of that.
That was some great gameplay there. Very frustrating if you're the side of smoking Lucio, right? You were holding this defensive position for so long. It looked like you finally had, you know, a little bit of light at the end of the tunnel. Lots of cooldowns had been expended, but most important one, the hook that has been doing so much here, just took that all away. Now in this quarter, what a defense. The barrier does not go down. If I'm the side to keep the flip, I'm saying, what the heck are these guys on? How did they defend that? Now no barriers down yet, lots of cooldowns expended, some flips used, but the HP bars are regenning. It is not an issue so far as the KOs have mostly been knocked back, and a great flip is going to keep this play alive for a little longer. Dr. Cruz is not able to take advantage of that. One of Asher's great potential. Then the shoe with a hook is going to create a power play, eliminating Big Smoke. That is Juno off the field. Dr. Treason with the Asher ultimate going to find a way to get this core down the field. Keep this power play dead as day. And now, there we go. Respawn is back, but the barrier does go down. Oh my god, great double kill from Silvio. Incredible stuff. That is going to be instantly all of the prize fighter stacks that you could ever want. And what can an Atlas do? It didn't even need to utilize Silvio there. You know, just hook out the Atlas, create your own sort of 2v1 play with your hook, with your strikes, and that is going to be off of the back of Silvio's incredible double KO. Keep the flip taking.
Yeah. Yeah, that's Pummeler 1 to Drakkar right there. Silvio with 4 prize fighter stacks at the time as well. Extra special has to be picked up by Lucio, but with all of these KOs out continuously, it's going to be a bit difficult to keep up with it, especially because the shoe also gets more size now, so even outside of finding KOs, you're just going to be so much more of a threat. And yeah, I feel like Keep the Flip has everything they need to start winning this. The extra special can be the difference maker, but for now, Lucio needs to find the timing to drop these ultimates, because I'm not sure if there's been an Atlas save yet. And that is the value of this pick, right? You just plop it down at the right time, and your teammates actually do not die to Erasmus or do not die to a Drakkar. But it's just so difficult to find these timings, and Lucio needs to adjust to it to really put them into a winning position here, because otherwise I feel like it's a question of time until eventually someone of Dr. Treason or Big Smoke misstep and a KO gets found and power play gets created. But right now, the core is in the half of Keep the Flip. The barrier has been dropped. The hook does not find the target, but the attack's still very much alive for Keep the Flip right now.
Oh, and a great dash. That's going to stun out K2 and get the core in just like a great optimal position for Dr. Treason to just, you know, slide it in. Very opportune senses there from Dr. Treason. And I do want to say, you know, to Lucio's defense, it is quite hard with how instantaneously a lot of these KOs are happening, right? Especially with the Rasmus hook. By the time you hear the whoop noise of the hook, it might already be too late, right? You have to be watching this guy, and more importantly, you have to be tracking this hook cooldown to most effectively get value out of that Atlas or to make sure that you are aware of what could happen. And great, there we go. Heads up there. He saw the potential and he put down a little bit before, right? They knew what they wanted to go for. Great strikes though from Tedu is going to survive this offensive push from Dr. Treason, but we were not able to recover after that, find good positions to take. And Dr. Treason is going to sneak it through, but still very well executed. That cannot be stated enough on the defense there to stop that incredible shove from Smoking Lucio.
Yeah, most definitely. That's exactly what you want to be looking for, right? And that's exactly how you're going to be winning this game. Because if it comes down to pure control and pure shoving opportunity, the team comp from Smoking Lucio is going to be better. They're going to be stronger. It is these power plays that the side of Keep the Flip have to play on. Power plays like that where they can get a hook, can get a KO, and start building themselves a solid 3v2 offense. As a Shu and both Silvio have pummelers, by the way. So every single power play not only is a man advantage, they're also going to outspeed you, and there's not really much you can do about it. The flip does come through, but gets denied by Lucio pretty well there as Teidus gets to clear out through the bottom, but Dr. Treason is still very much alive. The hook for the core there to get some control of it, and it bounces almost in, but Lucio is going to be able to get there in time. The pass does not find its way onto the Shu as the cross clear is coming through. Big Smoke almost able to interrupt that, but the core again still very much in control of Keep the Flip, but Lucio is holding strong, but the shotguns are a bit too much. Silvio getting the core through, and I don't think Keep the Flip have any kind of idea of getting this to a set 5. They want to end it here as they find another point.
Playing their best, you know. I'm worried when I'm on Imy's app and I see the nice back, you know, clear. And see, it happens so fast. Lucio put down the ultimate, right? The celestial intervention was there, but it was just not fast enough because of how fast that KO comes out. As soon as you hear the sound effect, I truly believe it is too late for, you know, anybody, maybe your most young of Zoomers, but the power play is going to be the kill. And but speaking of kills, the Ash is going to go down. I'm not sure. Was that a Mako primary? I can't be sure. Maybe it was another hook. But we are in a power play again, and the defense keeps going on. Unfortunately, it is going to go down the barrier for Smoking Lucio, and now this is Keep the Flip up at set point. They're, like you said, they have no interest in going to a set 5, and they want to end it out here.
Yeah, I believe that was the Erasmus hook, and unfortunately for the side of Smoking Lucio, the Shu still is very close to a flip, didn't have to use that on the offense there, so now hook comes through, doesn't hit the target, that's absolutely beautiful. Flip comes out as well, does get the barrier though. Now the Shu on the attack, Silvio running up as well, half strike shotgun, doesn't use it just yet as the Blubber will send it out. Teidus with a nice strike shot, will keep the core away, good pass down to the Shu, finds the angle, and neither Big Smoke nor Lucio have an ability. Neither of them can answer it, and with that goal, Keep the Flip come through the lower bracket, and they're gonna meet the Baguette Boys in grand finals.
There was lore, as you said. This team of Keep the Flip had something to prove against Smoking Lucio. The team that had originally barred them from the final selection in the first selection has been taken down. They have proven themselves worthy of going to this grand final game in the final selection here in the Clarion Corp trials. If I am a Keep the Flip fan, if I'm on Keep the Flip, I am ecstatic. I have already proved, you know, some of what we came here to do, and now it's the Baguette Boys time. Not to say that Smoking Lucio did not have an incredible showing, right? We took this to almost a set 5 in a game 3 of so many contentious games. The games against the Baguette Boys could have gone either way, and this Smoking Lucio team, I hope to see them around still, because they really have a lot that they can show. I truly believe that they can go far if they keep it up. So, well played from both teams. I mean, what a showing. Well done from Keep the Flip.
Yeah, most definitely. And for the grand finals, this is going to be a rematch of today, because they've already met in winner semifinal. And at that point, Baguette Boys seem to have the game under control pretty strongly. So this is going to be a rematch for the Baguette Boys and for Keep the Flip. And even though Keep the Flip have been having a really good showing towards the end, the precedent that is set is that the Baguette Boys are going to be slightly favored going into that. Now, you can't say Keep the Flip was still warming up, but that's why they had issues. And that's now their chance to prove that in the grand finals. But before we can go into that series, we're going to have to go into a short little break to figure out the entirety of that series. So do not go anywhere, as we're going to be right back.
See you soon. Tune into twitch.tv/TKS_hockey for a wonderfully cool lore tournament while we figure out our next match. Bye.
Welcome back to the final selection of Clarion Corp Trials. We're about to see the grand finals. We have changed the casting team a bit. I'm Kishir, and with me is SMG.
Hello, we're back again. This is a matchup that we've seen previously in this tournament, which went in the favor of the Baguette boys, 2-0. But after going on a kind of a reverse sweep tear in the losers bracket, keep the flip. I think I'm back and ready for business. we're on Oni Village with a Spark of Strength Timeless Creator start. Excited to see what happens here.
Honestly, I'm really not familiar with anyone's game here, so I am interested to see what they'll play and what they'll plan be. Oni Village, of course, a more core control sided map. So we'll see how it goes, really.
Yeah, absolutely. We see here Mauricos obviously already hovering this Atlas, which we've seen them play in previous trials. We know they can play it, and it's a good pick on this map. The bans coming out here are Estelle and Juno, which is not too surprising. Silvio and Clement both looked really strong on those picks respectively so far, and they're both good on this map. And so far we see the Atlas locked in, and then the Now and the Drek coming out. So I'm curious where those will be positionally, because it's a bit obscure.
Yeah, I feel like both characters have a good chance to be on goalie and midfield position. I feel like if I were playing, I'd be more confident on a Drekar goalie, because now can probably give a better advantage on the offense as well with the speed boost.
Yeah, I think I wouldn't be surprised if that's what we see. I do also like Now goalie on this map, which they do pick. Quite good with this timeless start. You can just, you know, set up your primary, set up your secondaries, and they just last forever, blocking up the lane. And we've seen it in higher leagues like Nassau played previously. Yeah, we've got kind of, I would say, unconventional midfielders here. Era and Drek, not specifically known for these maps. But so far, Clement showing off the prowess on the Era. They're breaking the double barrier already. They've got a NATO set up, and Keep the Flip just trying to get out of this play, but they can't quite find it.
I feel like here Blue Team had just a better coordination overall. I do agree that Iran Drek and this map are a bit weird, but if they're comfortable with it, it's fine. We see the first barrier taken from here from here. The Shu is trying to intercept the ball, but not managing to do it. The first barrier is taken for Red Team 2 with just that sacrifice of it. Honestly, in this map, it's not really worth it to keep both.
Yeah, definitely something you're willing to give up. But the second barrier that Dishu has just found, not something that Baguette Boys will be happy to lose. Now we have to see if Keep the Flip can convert here. Dishu, a nice pass from Silvio to him. Almost dead to the NATO though. Taken a bit low, but we know he'll be okay with that Now mine that Tedus did provide. And now it's looking like Keep the Flip have all the offensive pressure on this point right now.
I feel like Red Team might have like the better advantage here, as Blue Team is not managing to find an oppressive play. Now even healing themselves as they're low. I feel like a heal can be found, but as the offense goes on onto Red Team, they might not have the time to find that offense they need.
Yeah, and that was a great save there, not even needing to use that flip from Mauricos, but a big NATO finds the kill, and now all of a sudden Baguette Boys have 3 flips, and the goalie of Keep the Flip is dead. They don't decide to keep that flip though, do use it, don't find much there. Dishu taken low, but he'll take the orb. Flips flying out everywhere, not much found already, and if you're the side of Keep the Flip, you really want to score quickly here, because when this Rasmus gets in front of the Now with Flip, they won't be able to do much. However, they do try and use it quickly. Let's see if Mauricos can keep this flip to save him on the defense.
I feel like, yeah, here was a bit of a panic flip, as Zelos got it, but it was still to make sure the core went their way. Here we see more offensive play from Keep the Flip, as Blue Team tries to find the defense. The Shuyu finds the opening, Mariknos is alone and cannot defend both top and bottom, and misses it.
Yeah, great hook strike there from Dishu to even up the score right now. On this kickoff, the Now and Era both have, you know, super support for their team that have the secondaries of both for the kickoff. Really helpful. We'll see if that comes into play later on in this game. But so far, first barrier falls on the side of the Baguette boys. Not too much lost, but now keep the flip. Looking for something, it goes back the other way, and now it's blue team trying to mount an offense.
I feel like both teams are trying to find an offense, but not managing to do so. We see the Shu trying to get in the way of Ira, but not successful in doing so. They're honestly trying to find an opening where Zelos can strike, and the Shu wins the strike war against Malgrinos with a flip, and with the open primary just sends it, forcing it even.
Yeah, and just great coming out from Dishu there. And that's what the Kazan does, even against a defensive wall like Atlas. Just a couple mistakes, and he's always there to punish it. And on a map like Oni, that really weighs on a goalie's mind. However, not them being punished so far. Baguette boys finding both barriers. Dishu finds one on the other side, but they're going to need to take the second one down soon before it hits overtime and becomes a core speed game that they're unable to deal with without their barrier.
I feel like with the energy burst on now, they're kind of safe at the moment. The flip comes up here, but the Shu intercepts it with a hook. Where they're trying to find an offense. I feel like the Shu could probably find it alone. It's Kazan, it has a lot of utility. And here we see ETOS using the flip here to save it from Zelos putting it in. The Shu is still trying to scramble around the Atlas, trying to find offense, but not quite having it. That Dorito sends it forward, but they're ready for it, so doesn't remember. The burst comes out of the Shu, but does not manage to win the strike force to actually take the barrier. But with a hook, he finally seals the deal.
Yeah, that was great defense on the flip from Riknos, but Kazan with the hook just got it. And Clement, he's finding NATO kills everywhere. Gets the kill on the midfielder of Silvio. And now a power play with flip up. They don't need to use it even, and we're 2-2 already. It's looking like a heat to this game.
We're about to see a non-village classic and go a 40 minutes game here, which can be exciting sometimes. We see the kickoff win one here by blue team, one barrier going down with now Dorita probably trying to just get it away from the top barrier. Zelos with the flip here could be scary, just probably being able to just take it. Missed kill from the Shu from with the primary was not enough to kick him out, as they win the strike war against ETOS and just get it in. The Dorito here was ready to also get the ball away here.
Yeah, and blue team here not trying to play any games, want to finish the set out, but Dishu finds his way around this Atlas secondary. Such a big chance here. We'll keep the flip. Mauriknos opts to use it, so now Dishu has a chance to score here if he finds a good opportunity. They're trying to mount pressure on this side right now. They seem to have all the core control. A nice heal comes out, and Dishu with a brilliant dash hook strike to the bottom corner that Mauriknos cannot defend.
He just blocked out every single pass. He blocked the top off with the hook and just struck it in between Malriknos and Clement.
Yeah,
it was amazing play.
So in this draft here, although the side of Keep the Flip have won, it's a bit annoying for them that the Speed Awakening is, you know, a bit behind which they would want on maybe their midfield or on the Now. They do get the missile propulsion, they get a bit of size, and they do actually end up getting the Surge, not denied from the Now. So they're going to be really fast here. I think they're really happy with this draft. All of them have got a bit of what they want, but it's not to say the draft of Get Boys is weak by any means. They've also got mostly what they want here. And first point barriers are traded here. Actually, barrier second taken from Keep the Flip. So let's see if they can bring this one back.
I feel like Baguette Boy here might be able to just convert this offensive going, and as I say it, Zelos find the score in between Silvio and Pages with a beautiful pass by Clement, which, yeah, was amazing.
Yeah, crossing over that defense perfectly. They have a strong start to this point. Now you see Tedu's constantly trying to use that secondary for kickoff, which I think is a really good idea. Just trying to get the advantage. They do end up in a tied situation, which we've seen quite a lot in these points. And now the barriers fall by a great hook from Zelos, maybe putting to use that extra special. And he just does it all himself, basically. finding the strike through Silvio, and gets that second goal and a dominant start from the Baguette boys. And now they break another barrier, finding it once again with the hook. Almost breaks that second barrier, not quite yet. But a hook on the other side from Kazan there breaks the other barrier, hooks galore. Flip on Silvio now, maybe using it to damage pressure. Clement's flip though, breaks the barrier, but oh no! A missed strike from Alriknos, maybe misjudging that strike shot. Just ends with the goal rolling in. But they won't be too sad here. They do still have this goal advantage. Now on the offense, however, let's keep the flip with 3 of them. So they've been keeping up to their word. Use it there, Clement with a great strike wall to destroy that flip and break the barrier. And now a tight spot for keep the flip. It's playing in this corner. Nice clear out from Silvio. Remains in this corner the whole time though. And now they really need to get out of here, get Dishu his flip. But I have been kicked out of the lobby.
Now we do continue to see this offense developing here. One barrier does go down. That is an open net now on the side of Edu. Dishu does get the core, trying to find this barrier, not able to find it just yet. But does have the flip for if things go incorrectly on defense. Doesn't look like we're going to need it just yet, but Macronauts does have the flip of their own, not going to need it to use it there to depart in front of the net and trying to find this goal. Open barrier, the Era Tornado in front of the net, and then Zelos is going to strike for a great parry off of that flip, and into the net it goes. That is going to be the Baguette boys taking their first set of this series.
And I managed to get my way back in. Thank you for hopping in, Saikeen. We got this first draft here. Once again, the forward, the MVP here, rewarded with that Demolitionist. Really nice to have the size. But on the trade, we've got this Monumentalist, Timeless Now. We also got Cast the Last Era. Really good pickups all around. Twin Drive, really good for Kazan, and also quite the deny from the Atlas. And Aerials also going to be really helpful for Silvio here. Get some extra speed, extra range. And Siege Machine, you know, not the flashiest pick, but it does its job for the Atlas here. And once again, everyone gets a really solid draft. No one in this game so far seems to have severely outscaled everyone. Tedu's with some great strikes on the defense to protect that second barrier, but they need to break the first barrier of the other side. He almost does it with a strike shot, doesn't quite find it. Clement pops that now mine, so aren't able to capitalize on the speed from it. And once again, we're in this corner position that Baguette boys managed to keep setting themselves up in. Barrier does fall on the other side though, and Silvio and Dishu trying to find the next one, don't quite find it. Now flip on the error here, a bit scary. Tedu's holding well though. Need to find something here. Maybe with this flip from Silvio, looks for something, doesn't quite get it. And now it's the offense of Baguette boys. We'll see if they can work their way around with the flip. Scary in front of the net, but great defensive strikes from the back line. I'll keep the flip here. But the point is always in the possession of this enemy team for them. So it's a real struggle.
I feel like here Baguette boys just has a very good position, but the core flip from Zelos goes away. There's a kill on the side of keep the flip. Dishu manages to find the barrier there, but he does not manage to get this momentum. Zelos just manages to get it in with a pendulum swing.
Yeah, great play from him there, showing why he was the MVP of that last draft. And looking for something here, unfortunately breaks his own barrier, but they won't be too hung up about that first one. They get it right back. And now we need to see Dishu finding this barrier here, because right now the flow has been them on defense constantly. Looks for something, but it's really hard into this Atlas, who has a really annoying build. And now kind of back and forth once again.
I feel like, oh, and as I started looking, Zelos managed to take a barrier there. Unfortunately, the door was closed, so he had to go find the score. Zelos with a primary just sends now to the other ward, does not manage, and she does not manage to kill Clement in revenge. Here Sylvie is trying to play defense, but Zelos manages to strike in between them and take the second goal for their team.
Yeah, Zelos really shining in these last two sets. And now it looks really scary. We've got this arrow fully stacked up. We've got the speed on the Atlas too. And Dishu with a nice play to get that first barrier. But what they've really been struggling with is breaking the second one. And we'll have to see if they manage to do it with this right here. Especially with the terrifying Atlas with Flip, with their abilities, really, really scary to break through.
I feel like once... Oh, nice stun from the Shuyu, letting the now Primary get the barrier here. Will they manage to profit and seal it with a score? Here the Shuyu finds the hook, but it's not in, thanks to Ritno's Flip. None of the barrier go down, as I say, Sylvia losing its strike against Clement, and Zelos take the second one with the Primary here. This is really anyone's game. I feel like Flips could be coming out left and right soon. Nice save from Teiju on the verge of the door.
Yeah, great plays coming out from everyone here. But it is the Rasmus who gets it through. Wow. Yeah, not even needing that flip to break this goal. And last two sets being really dominant for the Baguette boys, despite what I would say are good drafts for both of these teams. Once again, Zelos, the MVP, might just decide to pick up another Size Awakening because why not? It's worked so far. We got Now here. Maybe we'll pick up that Glass Cannon, quite a good pick. Seems to be waiting. Picks up the Deadeye. I'm not too convinced about that, but maybe it will work out. Spark of Leadership on Error here. Their first Spark. Bulk up on the Drakkar, just a very solid pick. And we've got Spark of Focus and Glass Cannon on the Kazan. Definitely a weaker draft than previously. I'd say everyone other than Zelos probably would have preferred something else. And now the Rasmus just looks really, really scary with this amount of size and the bust from their teammates. I
feel like they tried to deny sparks on blue team here, because honestly, the size on Rasmus is doing wonders. There's so much mob presence, as you see here. Clement with a core flip, just passing it to Zelos, who strikes it in as the defense was stuck down there.
Yeah, absolutely. And right now, it just does feel like the side of the Baguette boys have outscaled Keep the Flip. Healing comes out onto the Error here, who was taken low, and the barrier does hold. Nice dash strike from Dishu with the help of the hook there to break the second barrier for the first time it feels like in a while, but now they need to capitalize on this open there.
They almost managed to do it, but they find the kill on Drakkar. This might be a bad position from Keep the Flip here. Baguette boys will probably find the second barrier with one went down, and Drakkar comes back, so know that the moment is not shared, but they have a lot of energy. The flip might come out soon to take it.
And Zelos healing up here from all the damage. Open net situation. Clement fully stacked up, gonna have a speed advantage for sure here, which can be really scary to just cover all this ground. Silvio winning crucial strike pause though. Almost find the kill on Zealous, but not quite. And they might need to rely on that force speed from the Monumentalist now to get the core in a position for Dishu to score on this Atlas who just used that flip.
Here we don't really see any dominant side. The flip gets wasted by Ira, but they're just sending it up to Zelos. It's just the deal maker for this round as he just strikes it in with a clear angle. We see a lot of this happening in this game, of Zelos waiting up and him just striking the core in as the core gets to him, either by pass or by mistake.
Yeah, and it's now or never for the side of Keep the Flip, no pun intended. They do manage to break the first barrier, but theirs is taken in exchange. Nice pass from Silvio to get the core out of that corner that they constantly seem to be in, and he does also manage to break the second barrier. So they do seem... Oh, but as I almost say it, the barrier taken away from them, and now it's anyone's game.
I feel like the only way out here is Silvio uses their flip in a crucial manner and just makes it to just send it into the enemy goal's team. But here the strike war is won by Zealous with their strike reset from the primary and gets past Tadus, which is unfortunate at the first game to Baguette Boys.
Yeah, very well played. After taking that first set, Keep the Flip just couldn't keep up. And the speed, honestly, is so important. And it's surprising because on the side of Baguette Boys, they were playing double wand, which is certainly unconventional on this map. But they weren't, you know, behind with the speed despite that. They managed to keep the ball in the enemy's corner the whole game, it felt like, in the later sets. And just kept it going. And Zealous, really strong performance with an 11-goal game, taking all the goals for himself. Definitely the MVP of that side.
For sure. I feel like with the map presence that the size gave him, he just had a really big advantage over any strike war, as well as making his primary way bigger. He had so much core control that getting that last size awakening was just what killed it and made them win the game. We saw some strong performances from the Shuyu, but they never managed to profit off the offense. The defense from Mariknos and Clement was somewhat always ready, except for when the Shuyu just found those angles where he will manage to dash in and take the ball away and managing to find either a goal or a barrier.
Yeah, definitely. But, you know, there are still chances for sure for Keep the Flip in the second game. We saw them just in the last match they played manage to come back from a 1-0 game loss. So going on to this next map, we know that they have, you know, the mental fortitude to keep going. Maybe make some adjustments, you know, whether it be like they originally had deny the Atlas that they really struggled to break through, or make changes that will help them to win in the second game.
Yeah, absolutely. I feel like there's not much else to say about this game. This was honestly all of it. Do we know what map is next?
Yeah, I believe that the next map is Atlas Lab, unless I'm incorrect.
Gates of Obscura.
Gates of Obscura. Is Atlas Lab the last map? Is that last map? Yeah. Okay.
Thank
you. Gates of Obscura, interesting, and you know, I'd say Oni and Gates, very unique maps, both of them. We'll have to see who is able to basically play better around portals in this game, which could just decide it. I think if you're the side of Keep the Flip, you might really want to think about denying this Atlas, because I think it's also a very solid pick on that map that could give them troubles again. But they might also come with another game plan. So we'll have to see what they opt to do.
Honestly, Obscura is a bit of an odd map compared to the others. Still more core control sided, in my opinion. So I don't think, even though with the portal mechanic, it might be a bit of the same game, you know, a bit more core control, unless they manage to find that build that makes them just slaughter everyone.
Yeah.
I feel like
sorry. The Awakening say Glass Cannon built different. I just wanted to say, you know, we could, if this Rasmus is let through, we could see another size Rasmus masterclass from Zelos. But also the Kazan from D-Shoot could come out and be really strong on this size. So both of the forwards gonna be, I'd say, quite happy. We could also see D-Shoot pull out the Asher again, perhaps, which he played. Even the Rasmus he played on the IME a couple of games ago. And the Glass Cannon, just a really solid Awakening for goalies in particular, I'd say. Really good if any of them want to pick up the Atlas, or even the Finny that we saw Malriknos play earlier. Could be really strong for them.
And as we told, we can see that the first ban from Keep the Flip is Atlas, which of course we've seen its performance on this game, so makes sense. And Baguette Boys with Estelle, which is honestly one of the most, in my opinion, one of the most solid picks on this map.
Yeah, definitely. And we've seen Silvio go crazy with it in the past, so they're definitely trying to focus on him. We'll have to see, you know, in times where the Estelle was taken, he's picked the Juno, he's picked the Drakkar. We'll have to see what he opts for. I wouldn't be surprised if Malriknos here goes for the Finny. Just a really good start for her. Decent map too, depending on what comp they decide to play. Might struggle if they have to, you know, defend into an Asher or a Kazan or something like that. Could be a bit scary in the corners. But we'll have to see what the players opt for in the in-game draft.
Yeah, absolutely. As you already said, both of the head forwards will probably profit a lot from the size awakening. I do feel like the Asher here could work a lot for shoving. There's those tight angles on between the barriers and the corner make probably for a better chance for Asher to just shove it in.
Yeah, interesting comp here. I think the Juno is unsurprising, the Asher quite unsurprising, even though she's not in her prime right now. Still a scary map, still a scary pick in any corner. I think the Aimi goalie would be quite unconventional. It's quite a hard map for her, especially she's not great at defending close range in corners where the map often goes. I think I've heard Alex in the past say that it seems pretty unplayable to him on this map. We'll have to see if Tejas can make it work here, and they do round it out with the Asher. On the other side, we have a speedy comp, but now Kai to start with.
Yeah, I feel like the plan from Kid Philip is to just make it get in as fast as possible, to just have an offense also with eject bottom, maybe, and from the other side we see a more controllable environment with now on goalie as well, which can the secondary is just really good, especially on this map.
Yeah, I think the name of the game right here will be, as it usually is, you know, who can get the ball in the enemy team's corner more, because it's going to be real hard for both of these goalies to defend their barriers against these forward duos, I feel. So far, no barriers full, slow gameplay right now, but the ball in the corner, Zelos finds his way out. We'll have to see what he can do on this Kazan hail. And he does, as he breaks the double barrier with one of his first strikes of the game, and a really strong start from the Baguette Boys.
And yeah, Zelos just managed to profit off that. The now primary right behind, he makes sure the core goes back to him and he just sends it in with ease.
Yeah, great play from him. Scary on the Kazan so far. You need to see the other side of Keep the Flip. Try and do the same thing that has just been done to them, but so far it's all Baguette Boys just keeping the core on the enemy side.
I feel like as Clement gets the second barrier, I feel like the Keep the Flip is not managing to get a good attack, as Silvio just stands a bit too back, and here we see Tejas hoping to dash on top of the core, but Zelos with the ult just sends it in.
Yeah, and 2-0 lead right now. Looking like the favor is absolutely with the Baguette Boys. They find this first barrier already. Tejas does have the flip though. Probably not too worried about this defense, but maybe he should be. Clement, all on his own, 1v2, finding the second barrier. Dishu trying to do the same on the other side. Breaks the first, but nice clean clears. Get it out on the other side. Tejas opts to flip, up to Dishu. Flip from Malriknos. Tejas clears it around Zelos with the hook, and he manages to find it in. 3-0, very fast from the side of Baguette Boys.
I feel like we're seeing a really good coordination on Baguette Boys side, we saw like that pretty good Kai save, which saved Maliknos from a scary situation with both Asher and June on bottom.
Yeah, certainly. And once again, Zelos stacking up the size. He's got 2 already. Really, really scary for an IME goalie. Who does pick up the prime time. We've got Speed Awakenings traded back and forth between these midfielders, both not too disappointed. If Clement can manage to stack up these stacks like he did last game, it would be really strong. And then Twin Drive onto the now.
I feel like the plan here for Kikuchi is probably try and not get the ball to Kazan, because here with just so much size, it's a bit hard to handle it. And as I say, he gets down both of the barrier. He's trying to do the same thing, get down the second barrier, but with the kill on the goalie, the Corp just slowly goes into the goal, and it's a point for Baguette Boys.
Yeah, super well played from them. And now we'll have to see if Keep the Flip can break this offense that has scored 4 goals on them really quickly so far. Silvio a bit low, but not too much damage. He's healed up. And now the offense on the side of Keep the Flip. Don't manage to find it so far, and still in their corner, really scary. Zelos looking for something here in the corner. Clement too, coming through. Great Giga. They don't quite find the barrier. Really strong defense from Keep the Flip there. I don't know how they managed to hold that one, but they did. And now the hook just manages to break through by Zelos.
Yeah, they're managing to find a great offense from Zelos' side here. And he just strikes it slightly out of Tay's hitbox, which the strike does not reach. That felt really precise, honestly.
Yeah, and we're just kind of seeing what I was talking about a bit earlier, that this is a really difficult map for Ivy Goalie to defend. It feels like every single point she needs, 2 of her ultimates within like 15 seconds, which is just not possible. Cheeky back pass, manages to break their own barrier, but the Flip comes out on the other side. Ishu looking for a really strong offense. They manages to break the barrier, and now they need to convert here. If they lose, it's game over.
Absolutely. If Zelos gets first pick again, that could be really scary. Here the second barrier goes down with an unfortunate glitch pop a bit too forward. Clement is looking to convert, dies because of Silvio, but now the Rito almost gets his intake to immediately work down and get it. The Core is saved with a strike shot here, and the Flip seals the set, guaranteeing Zelos another first pick.
Yeah, really well played from them. Just dominant offense here. That's continuous. A bit of what we saw already on the Oni game just continued. So far, we've got this extra special, which will probably fall to Aimee, which is definitely what she needs. But the Kazan as first pick, picking up the peak performance. Aimee gets the extra. The Juno here, picking up the aerials to have some more map-wide presence. Now getting the Timeless Creator, really, really solid for her. Stinger, not really what a Kai wants, but could prove helpful in some cases. And the Spark scaling hopefully will come online for Dishu if they manage to make their way back into this. But that's a big if. They do have this really strong offensive pressure, but a kill on the Juno completely flips the tide.
Yeah, absolutely. Zelos finds both barriers here. It feels like nice catch from Tejas getting the core away. The Rito comes up, but Silvius just respawned luckily. Zelos uses the raw arsenal that Kazan provides to get the goal in and kill Tejas.
Yeah, great play. Now, we've seen, what is this, 7 goals in a row from the side of Baguette Boys. And it feels like Keep the Flip have to change something, and change something Dishu does. Finding a big kill, manages to get themselves in a power play, but it just remains on their side still. And so far, nothing yet, and Clement is back.
I feel like here they're not managing to convert to offense. That kill was crucial, but they lost the advantage here. Clemens with the strike core and the barrier. Nice hook from Zealous, which now has flipped, that just makes it impossible for Tegius and Silvio to get it out of the way.
Yeah, just really, really well played. And we see, look at this level difference. Everyone level 4 and Zelos level 7. Really showing his prowess in this game. With that size Kazan, just so scary. But now it's the offense to keep the flip. Maybe they can find something here. Trying to keep it in the corner, but really well played from the forwards of the Get Boys to keep the play out of their way. And Zelos breaking the barriers here. Dishu forced to flip. Still kept in the corner of keep the flip though, and now their barriers have both fallen, and it just seems so easy for the side of the Get Boys.
Luckily they're managing, Keep the Flip is managing to get it out of the way. Vignos has flip, also Silvio has it, might have to use it defensively right now exactly as the dash goes away. The ball goes back to Clement with the flip. The Shu dashes into the reef to make sure it does not go through the portal. The Shu is doing their best to make sure Zealous does not get the ball. Tegius is trying to shuffle their way around Clement. Zealous has the core. The offense is again in Baguette Boys here. Nice ult, making sure it cannot go up there. They're not managing to find that conversion on offense here. And as I say that, Baguette Boys manages to find the barrage that slides the core barely down the wall.
Yeah, and that's a really dominant showing from the Baguette Boys, proving that they were the best team in this trials right now. Congratulations to them. Once again, have to highlight that performance from Zelos. Very deserving MVP then. I think MVP of both games here. Just showed up, didn't get all the goals this time, but did get 8 of them. Most redirects on his team as well. Just really strong performance. They just kept the offense going the whole game, and keep the flip. Just couldn't stop them.
I feel like you said, the Amy wasn't really made for this. Probably a more defensive pick would have been more suitable. But still, the core was always on in keep the flip though, as we see also in the redirects. A lot of redirects in the goalie here, which, yeah, it was just really a really good show off of the Baguette Boys' performance, honestly, and their coordination.
Yeah, and that's not to say that Keep the Flip didn't play well too. You know, they worked hard to get their way here, especially in the Oni game. They had flashes of brilliance, just couldn't keep up. I think, you know, somewhat of a draft diff perhaps in this last game, but all of them played well, had their moments in this tournament. So yeah, congratulations to them also for getting second place.
Yeah, absolutely. I feel like all of these players are capable of, like, if you're here, you deserve it, right? So, yeah, I feel like Keep the Flip. Also, they had a good showing on the Tony Village game, even though they lost it. They did keep up a fight.
Yeah, definitely. And I think that about wraps us up. Thank you, everyone, for tuning in. Hopefully, Trials will be back. I think probably we're gonna send our way over to Hacky with the raid to check out his tournament. But yeah, thanks to all the players for playing. Everyone had a really good showing. Everyone who played in the qualifications as well. Yeah, it was fun to cast. Thanks for having us.
Yeah, absolutely. It was pretty fun also watching these games and how it unfolded, this grand final.
Absolutely. Yeah.